Hello everybody, welcome to the stream tonight as we're getting ready to begin our shiny hunt yet again of the Pokemon known as Deoxys. Deoxys. If you know, you know. If you don't know, well, fudge. Should have known already. You should have known already. If you don't know, man, god dang it, you should have known already. I've been teaching you for days about Deoxys. All my life I've been teaching you. And this is how you pay me? This is how you pay me? All my life I've been teaching you. And this is how you do it? Wow. I don't even have the words to explain how you're making me feel right now. I don't have the words to explain to you what my heart is saying right now. And I would appreciate it if you would realize. Okay. I would appreciate it if you would realize that. Yeah. Yes, I would. Too dramatic? I think so too. Give me a second while I set everything up here. Alright, we should be live on 3 fronts right now. Plus, let me go here really quickly. I just need you to focus. It's alright. It's gonna be alright. Focus. I just need to go here and then go here. And 3. Okay, so it's 1112. So we are actually at 1112. There we go. We're at 1112. Ah, ちょっとだけプラスYeah. Hi, moms. Thank you so much, moms. I go here and I hit this. Yeah. If I hit this button, good. But if I hit this button, over here. Okay. We have now 1113. Thank you so much, moms. We're at 98 of 150, but thank you for the bits, moms. It really helps. It's almost the end of the month. We might be able to reach our, I don't know, if we get a crazy a crazy day. You never know. If we hit 100, I'll be more than satisfied. 100 would be amazing. How you been, moms? How have you been? Where's Jen? She was waiting for the stream. Now she's not here. Gosh dang it, Jen. Where are you at, Jen? What? Falling asleep though? That's okay. Did I add a number or no? I think I did. Yeah. Falling asleep is okay. My hair's a bit poofy because I woke up. Oh, just not too long ago. I just woke up. And here we are in the midst of shiny hunting Deoxys. Ain't that a biscuit? Ain't that a biscuit? Tell us more? I'll tell you about it. What more do you want to know? I'll tell you about it. You just tell me what you want to know. I'm here. Oh, I'll tell you all right. I got no problem telling you. Tell you everything. Thank you, Moms, for being here. Appreciate it a lot again. Oh, I gotta add the source to chat. I gotta add the chat. Chat source. I haven't done that yet. Well, I'll do that now. Oh, that's another one bites the dust. Give it to me, Frosty. I can handle it. What are you gonna say? I was gonna say that it's because of you. It's always been you. That's what I was gonna say. Another thing I'm gonna say is love sucks. You ever heard of that thing, love? That thing sucks. Sucks bad. Smells but pewy. Ugh. Yucky love. Yuck. Don't do that. Yucks. Don't ever be in love with anyone. That sucks so bad. Fudge. Depends on who you find. I'm not sure it depends anymore. I think it just sucks, period. No, whoever it is, whatever it is, wherever they come from, whatever kind of personality they have, it just sucks. It just sucks. Don't fall in love, boys. Fall in love with yourself. Go on a trip by yourself. Go to the movies by yourself. Buy yourself some flowers. Not to try to be Miley Cyrus here or anything like that, but... Oh, this is a message for the boys, not the girls. This is for the boys. You ever tried to do dual hunts? The fudge am I gonna do a dual hunt? I'd have to have my 2 SD cards. How you doing, Hawkins? Good to see you. I'd have to do a dual hunt. I'd have to, well, I do have my Switch and my Switch 2. Technically, I could do a dual hunt if I bought Fire Red, but I'd have to play through the entirety of the game of Fire Red. I have no idea what that means, William. I'm an old man and I'm not accustomed to these young folk vocabulary. No idea what that means, brother. For 2 games? Deoxys and something like ZA? Oh, I'd have to have 2 consoles going, right? I'd still have to go, like, I can't play 2 games at the same time. I'd have to have 2 consoles going. I'd have to hook up my old Switch. I mean, it's not impossible. I could do it. I don't know how I'm gonna hook up, like... How am I gonna hook it up to the capture card? I like Flygon. Yeah, I love Flygon. Flygon is cool. The only problem with Flygon is he gets no love. I mean, I'd need a HDMI splitter, which I do have, actually. Yeah, I do have a HDMI splitter. I do have I think I have like 3 or 4 HDMI cables, so... It's possible. I could do it. It's possible. I don't know if it would work with the split HDMI. I don't know. I've never tried it. I'm sure you can do it. People have done this before, right? Oh, your favorite types are bug types? Bug fire types? I think there's only Volcarona as far as bug fire. Oh no, there's a Centiscorch. Right? Centiscorch is a bug fire. It's an animal. いつなっても揺れる可能性ならになれならな。Moms, have you ever tried hooking up two capture cards? Excuse me. Have you ever tried having your capture card hooked up to two consoles? No, you've never tried it. I can though. Yeah, I could do it too. I mean, Joaquin is not completely wrong. Like, I have two controllers that I can use. I have two controllers that I can use. I have two games. It's gonna be double the work, but it might be fun. We need to change the gameplay in upcoming games that move away from a turn-based system. I love it. I love it. I think that's the right way to go. I don't think that Winds and Waves is gonna be. I think Winds and Waves is gonna be a hybrid style. It's gonna be more in the veins of Legends Arceus. It's gonna have like a turn-based system-ish, but still be kind of like. But it's still gonna be where you still have you can kind of like run around and be active. You're not just sitting there waiting to make a choice like old styles. I think it's gonna be more like Legends Arceus, in that vein. Legends Arceus battle style is probably my favorite battle style. Well, I really love Legends ZA. Actually, I really love Legends ZA. Legends Arceus and Legends ZA are my favorites. I much prefer like the more active battle style to, like, at least let us run around the freaking, let us move as we like. I don't know if you ever played a game like Dragon Quest 11 Echoes of a Lost Age. Have you ever played Dragon Quest 11? In that game, you're able to do just that. Like, the combat is, you can like move around wherever you want, but when it comes to using attacks, it's just turn-based. Like, you have to, it's almost exactly like Legends Arceus. Like, you can pick whatever attack you want. Doing my phone. Doing my phone is a sign for me to go to... Drop it. Oh, you dropped your phone on your face? False. Oh, what is false, my friend? What is false? 1133. Oof. I think we're gonna get 2000. Probably not gonna get. Da 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 da. Well, I got the part. I got like not true and false are the same thing. You know, I got that part. I'm trying to get to the part where you tell me what is false. Is that... Do you enjoy the style of Legends Arceus, right? Super cool, right? I think it's the best they did for me. That's just my opinion. Oh, what happened to the face cam? Oh, is it not on? Oh, I just realized it's not on. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. There you go. There I am. Thank you for pointing that out, because I was completely east of Baghdad there. Oops, I added one. I added one by mistake. I hope this change is a step in the right direction. How do you feel about it, Williams, though? Tell me how you feel about it. Even though the Pokemon franchise doesn't make its money from the games, it makes its money from merchandise. Well, you gotta understand, it doesn't just, it's a collection of things. Like there's a lot of money that comes from the games. I mean, Scarlet and Violet sold 27 million copies. Okay, that's a lot of profit. Yes, are you saying? I'm not saying it's the bulk of it, but that's a lot of profit. The games pay for themselves like 50 times over. A game like this for them, it would cost maybe $1 million. Let's say if they really put $1 million into it. Let's say even 10 million. If they sell 27 million copies, they've made 50 times the profit of what they spent. Oh, these games have been paying for themselves for years. So, like, even setting aside like plushie merchandise, anything, shirts, like freaking the Poking Center, that thing makes more revenue than a freaking mall. You know, especially in Japan. You still need to finish Arceus? Yeah. But they're not hurting for money, that's what I'm trying to say. They're not hurting for money. Not only that, they are backed by a company that's also not hurting for money. Not only is it Game Freak, but it's Nintendo as well. It's like two juggernauts. It would be like saying like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, like they're hurting for money because they're poor. They're both poor. Yeah, poor guys. Somebody give him $1. They need it. I've been playing the series for a long time, but I think the change is a good thing. Same here. I agree with you. I think it's a good thing. The series has gone through a lot of changes, but as long as you're there for better, I don't mind. Yeah, but for the better, William, it's such a subjective thing, right? Like, who decides what's for better? You know, who decides what's for better or not? That's completely up to what you like, right? It's entirely hinging on what you like or don't like. You know, like I have a friend of mine, like good friend of mine. I got nothing but love for him. Known him for over 10 years now, and he hates Legends Arceus and all the Legends, and even Legends EA. He hates it with a passion because it's not turn. Like, he refuses to buy it because it's not turn-based. He's like, this is not Pokemon. I don't look at this as Pokemon. This is just. He doesn't play them. He doesn't like the Legends games. You know, he says, you know. So it is what it is. Like, some people are gonna like it, some are not gonna like it. I personally think it's a step in the right direction. I think this should have been done a while ago, to be honest with you. I think Sword and Shield was where even look, you could go one forward and say Scarlet and Violet is when they should have tweaked it, in my opinion. Sword and Shield is no different. Like, the combat style is no different than any other Pokemon game, mainline Pokemon game before the release of Sword and Shield. Like, even Scarlet and Violet is pretty much the same thing with the addition of the kind of like send your Pokemon out to fight situation thing going. Other than that, you're just doing same old turn-based fighting style. The only thing that really changed is you started encountering Pokemon in the wild. Like, in the overworld, there's Pokemon walking around. But they added that in Sword and Shield, right? It comes down to how they do it, really, but I mean, it really is going to come down to what they're doing with Winds and Waves. I don't know why some people don't like the Legends games. They're done so well, and I enjoyed them a lot. I mean, people have opinions, but can you really complain? You get run around with your Pokemon? Yeah, like I said, I have a good friend of mine. I don't think he's dumb. I don't think he's a bad person. He loves Pokemon. He's always loved Pokemon. You know, ever since I've known him, we've always bonded over Pokemon. And he doesn't like the Legends games, you know? Like, I don't get it either. Like, I personally, I don't understand. I don't understand the feeling. I understand. I mean, I've heard his arguments, you know, but I don't feel the same way, so I can't really relate, right? That's his opinion. Has he ever played the games? I think he played Legends Arceus, yeah. But he just didn't like it. Well, even not playing the game, like, you can look at gameplay and be like, yeah, I don't like this. You know, you can look at gameplay and be like, it's not for me. You know, there's games online I've looked at, I'm like, oh, this looks like a cool title. Then I see the gameplay and I'm like, not interested. Can agree with him on that, yeah. I don't know. I don't know too well why. I don't know, but there's a lot of people, like, if you go to forums, like, if you look up this, like, on Reddit, you'll find a lot of threads of a lot of people agreeing that, and you find a lot of people disagreeing as well, but a lot of people agreeing that the game is just not what they want. They would just want a traditional Pokemon experience. Like, what they want is the 2D, 3D thing, right? Like, an Octopath Traveler style of game. That's what they want, and like, if we get that, I won't be too upset, but a lot of people say Pokemon should never have gone 3D, that it ruined the series. I think that's nonsense, in my opinion. I think the one thing that made Pokemon going 3D bad is that they made poor games. It's not the 3D style, it's just like the lack of effort and time that was put into the games, right? So not a lot of effort put into the games, not a lot of time put into the games, so it just feels like incomplete games. If you had like a proper company work on a Pokemon game, like a full 3D Pokemon game, like a proper company with proper time, like Monolith Soft or something like that, dude, you get the best Pokemon game to ever exist in the world. Like, everybody would love the 3D style by then, because the games are relevant, the games are well done, it's fun to play, there's a lot to discover, right? They should focus more on Mega Evolutions. I feel like the mechanic has been somewhat neglected. Well, not with Legends ZA, it hasn't, but yeah, a little bit. It was a little bit neglected, yeah. Oh, hello, Michelle. How are you? Michelle 1682. Dang, you like 200 years old. It's messing with you. How are you tonight? Da, da, da. It's like 200, the more like 400, 500. You're doing good? Well, it's good to see you here, friend. We're doing a shiny hunt right now, just relaxing. You know, chilling out. That's all we're doing tonight. What's up, Kings? Fan the Goat. What's up, Fan the Goat? It's rude to ask a woman her age. Well, it is. Good thing I didn't ask. Right? I didn't ask. I just made a joke about 1682. I don't want to know your age. I don't know how you picked that up from what I said, but okay. I do not want to know your age at all. But I agree, it is, I don't know about rude, but it's not exactly the nicest thing you could ask a woman, I guess. Depends on what culture we're talking about. If you really think about it, I mean, if you're getting to know someone, wouldn't you want to know, like, how old they are? Like, I would. If I'm getting to meet a friend, you know, I'm getting to know someone, I'm like, okay, we're becoming friends, like, Well, if it's rude to ask how old you are, what am I supposed to do? Like, what, carbon date you? Like, get your saliva and send it to 23andMe or something, and then find out how old you are so I won't offend you? So yeah, no, I get it. That, like, I personally, I understand, like, don't ask and all that. Like, sure, but we gotta find out somehow. You didn't have to say that, Michelle. I always encourage people not to share their age on stream, actually. Especially if you're on the younger side. Like, do not do that. It's, do not. It's actually against YouTube's terms and services, too, so. If you're young, of course. Also true, yeah. Yeah, we gotta roll. If you're an adult, like, I don't have too much of a problem with it. You're an adult, you know, you're responsible for yourself. Obviously, underage people, obviously. Completely against the rules. Yeah, some people come in here and they're like, oh, and they say their age and they're super young and, like, we have to delete it and all. You gotta be careful, because the internet is not necessarily a safe place. This is a safe place here, like, pretty cool. We got a great community. I mean, we've had our problems with a few creeps here and there in the community that you just don't know who people are until they start revealing themselves, right? Like, but this is true for anything. You could meet someone in real life and they turn out to be a creep and you had no idea, you know. It is what it is. You find out as they reveal themselves. You can't look into someone's mind. The smaller the communities, the safer they usually are. Well, sure. Our community is not gigantic, but it's not that small either. Yeah, our Discord has about 1,000 some people. Our Discord has about 1,000 some. We got about 70 active people. Yeah, but we've had people that were, like, straight up weirdos and start DMing people some weird stuff, and, you know. I mean, I don't know, there's a place for that. I mean, if you're that kind of person and you want that kind of stuff, like, there's like specific websites and specific group chats for stuff like that. You don't have to come into a community like a YouTube community where people are trying to be PG. Like, we're PG on this channel, you know. You don't have to come to a community like that to try and, like, pick up girls and stuff. That's just inappropriate, man. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with a guy or a girl trying to date someone or trying to meet, like, a significant other. I mean, we're all trying to find love, I guess. So, like, fine. Like, sure, like, nothing wrong with that, but there's a line. You know, there's a big difference between being, you know, like, creepo mode and being like, oh, like, I want to get to know you better or something like that. There's a big difference there, I believe. I think, like, knowing and reading the room is important too. So yeah, we had our share of creeps here and there. Yep, some of them surprising. Well, it does come down to, yeah, it does come down to, I mean, everything comes down to what's your background, you know, like, in terms of, like, how you were raised and everything. It all comes down to, like, how you see the world, really. For some people doing some bad stuff, for them it's not bad at all. Like, they realize that the world sees it as bad, but they themselves don't see it as bad at all. I feel justified on what they do. Sometimes there's that too. It's not always, you know. I had a friend who was, the way this guy, he was a friend, like, from my childhood, you know. He was my neighbor, you know. the way this guy, like, I used to go to his house to play some games and hang out and all that. And, like, the way this dude talked to his mom, dude, I was like, holy shit. Like, I felt so awkward every time I went over. It's just the way he talked to his mom, like you B word, you this, like what, like, make this food again. Like, you wouldn't eat the food wasn't to his likings. Like, he would like, make the food again. This you don't know how to cook, you stupid. And I'm like, God dang, bro. God dang, bro. And the mom would fight back and be like, hey, watch your tone with me. Don't talk to me like that. But that guy needed to be kicked in the face, bro. Not that I'm advocating for that, but I mean, at that point, you know, if my kid is talking to me like that, I mean, I wouldn't kick him in the face, but I would for sure, like, make sure he wouldn't do it again somehow. Send him to boot camp, like, whatever, man. Yeah, I remember. I felt bad, like, and she wasn't a bad mom at all. I mean, I don't know what she had. I think in his case particularly, I think he blamed his mom because his parents were divorced. The dad was caught cheating from what I gathered, but he was pretty okay with his dad. It was the mom that he was like. The dad would come over every now and then. I saw him a few times. He would come over and like, what's up, this and that. But it was really the mom that he just had like this hatred towards, a freaking lack of respect. And I mean, I never really, like, you know, analyzed him, you know. I'm not like, I didn't like ask him why he hates his mom or like why does he act like that with her. But it was very interesting that he would do that. Yeah, but not so much with his dad. And I know that the parents got a divorce. I know that the dad cheated on the mom, and that's how they separated. I know there was the dad that was like playing around, but he was a player himself, like my friend. He was a bit of a player himself, and then like growing up with the, you know, when he became, like, at the time we were teenagers, but even after he was like 20 in his 20s, he became like his dad pretty much. Like, he was running around just, you know, like sleeping, you know, dating one girl, sleeping with another, you know. To him, like, dating was like it's like a sport, right? Like, I'm dating this girl, but I'm also like sleeping with this other girl. And he's talking to us like his friends, you know, like at the time, you know, he's talking to us like, oh yeah, I've been sleeping with this girl and I've been dating this one and this and that. And I try to tell him from now, not that I'm like, I'm not trying to say I'm better than him or anything, but I didn't agree with that behavior. But I tried to tell him, like, dude, that's messed up, dude. That's fluffed up, dude. He didn't care whatsoever. He's like, man, you know, I'm gonna live my life. Screw everybody, you know. I'm just gonna live my life. I don't know what became. The last I heard from him, he moved to England. That's the last I heard from him. I don't know. I don't know if he's still in England, what he's doing, but it's the kind of guy he was. Hey, Resputni. But sometimes all you need, man, is, you know, that human beings go through the most change when they're at their lowest. It's like, you cannot build something with you can build upon what you have, but if you want to start a foundation from anew, you have to bring down what you've already built. The only way, it is very true that, like, the only way for that guy to, like, no amount of telling him anything or advising him or trying to explain anything would help him, right? So he would have to go through, like, I would say, like, a traumatic experience to be able to, like, completely go to zero and then start from anew to completely change his way of seeing things to some degree. Like it is when we are at our lowest that we have the potential for the greatest change. Like, for example, that's why, like, people look at sometimes at breakups, you know, and separations as it's the end of the world. Like, I lost this woman or I lost this man, and without them I'm nothing, and I can't move on, and my life is over, and what am I gonna do? And I'm hopeless, and she was the one, or I can't be without her, you know, like. And it's really a blessing in disguise, you know. It's like when I went through a breakup in the past, I remember this. Before I started going live, I actually went through a breakup. And I always wanted to go live, but I always was kind of like, I just never did it, right? I just never did it. And then after this girl broke up with me, and I'm sitting there like feeling like sorry for myself and a poor excuse of a living organism, and I just, like, after the second day of just like straight up pain and not sleeping, not eating, just like completely lost in life, I just got out of bed and I was like, F this, man. I'm not gonna die here. I'm not gonna give up here. I'm not gonna die because of this woman. I'm not gonna stop my life. I'm not gonna fall into this hole. I like myself too much. You know, I gotta take care of myself. I can't just fall in this hole and lay down and let the universe walk all over me. And I got up, man. I just started doing things, man. I went live. Like a few days later, I went live. I started putting effort into my YouTube channel. You know, I started, you know, exercising more, taking care of myself more. You know, I left the bed behind. Now I'm like, and it hurt, man. It's not like I didn't think of her still. It's not like I didn't like her still. It's not like I wasn't heartbroken still. It's just that I just came to an understanding that if I need to move. Like, I can't just sit here. I need to move. I need to experience things. Life is not over. This, like, a relationship is over, not my life. My life continues, man. You know, and like 5-6 years later, here I am still doing it, you know? Life continues, man. Like, get up, man. You know? And then eventually you just forget about it. Like, it just becomes like it's just a memory, right? And you remember the pain, but you, like, at first you remember the pain as, you know, something you still want, but then the memory of the pain just becomes a lesson, right? The memory of the pain just kind of becomes a lesson. You know, you're just like, I remember that time. I'll never do that again, you know? But then you fall in love again all over, and then there you are again in the same hole, and now just wanting a different person. It's very interesting because I'm a guy that falls in love hard. Like, it's difficult for me to fall in love to some degree, but it's easy at the same time. Like, if it's a person I'm attracted to, which doesn't happen all that often, but when it happens, I'm like a freaking firework. I'm like in love. Like, I go in hard, you know, because I'm a dreamer, you know. Like, I kind of love bomb people a little bit, because I don't know how to love someone halfway. I don't know how to be like, here's a little bit of my love. That's all I got. Like, maybe I should know how to do that, but I don't. Maybe it's good for me to know how to do that, but I just don't. Like, if I like someone, I like someone. Like, here, let's not play games. What do you want to do? I don't like this playing around. Like, I don't know how I feel, and I don't know. I need time, and like, I'm not mocking. I know I'm doing this voice. I'm not mocking anyone that takes their time with love and stuff like that. That's totally respectable. That's probably a better option than what I have to offer. And I've changed a lot, to be honest, where I take way more time now than I used to before. Like, I understand now that going in headlong strong, can be intimidating. It can actually push people away rather than pull them in. Like the more it's so like the laws of attraction are so crazy because the more you want something, it's like the least you get of it. And the least you want it, the more. Look at it this way. If you look at it this way, it might make sense. And I'm gonna read. Oh, Microwave and Sarah, I'm gonna read you guys' text here in a second. I see you guys are there. If you look at this thing right here, right? You see that? That's a rag I use to like clean my glasses and stuff. But look at this, right? If you have this here, like the more you push that, look. The more you push it away, look at what it does. Like I'm pushing it away, right? Look at what it does. I push it away. I don't want you. Get away from me. Stop. I don't want you here. I don't want you here. Look at what it happens. Like look at what it happens when I want things. Now I'm bringing it close. Come to me. Come to me. Look at what happens. Come to me, please. Please come to me. Please, I want you. I need you. Please stay, 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 stay. I want you. Look at where it's going. These are the laws of the world. These are the laws of the world. The more you want some, and why does it happen that way? I don't really know. But the more you want something, the more you pull it towards you, the more it's going to swing back away. And the more you push something away, the more it's going to gravitate towards you. It's going to swing back around to you. That's why, like, when you have, like, avoidant... I'm getting into attachment styles now. I don't know if you guys care for this kind of, like, conversation or not. This type of talking, but... Hello, Sarah. It's good to see you. I don't know if you like this topic or not. Funny you say that. My husband and I were talking about that topic today. As I say, as much as I love him, I wish things had worked out for him in the past so he didn't have to feel the hurt, right? And he laughed and said it led him to the happiest he's ever been in his life, and he grew from it. Yeah, women are similar to cats in what way? It's very interesting how that happens, right? Like, the more you want something to be yours, like, the more it seems to get away from you. Like, that's why people say, oh, true love happens when you least expect it and all. It's not true for everyone, dude. Like, you can't just take that and be like, oh, okay, so I'm just going to ignore everyone and somehow I'm going to fall in love and someone's going to fall in love with me. Like, that's not how it happens. You still have to put effort. You still have to have some level of interest, you know? Like, you still have, like, this goes for friends and anything like that, but, yeah, having a friend and having a partner, like a relationship partner, very, very different energies, though. Because one has stakes, the other one not so much, right? The more space you give them, the more they come to you. It's like you don't dictate all the interactions that forms of trust. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, with cats, yeah. Yeah, I know this is true because my grandma's cat was like that. The more I tried to pet it, like the more it tried to scratch me because it was a grumpy old cat. It didn't like people touching him. And I remember whenever I went to sleep and I'm just sitting there, I'm not chasing it. It would come to me and sit beside me in the bed under the covers because he really liked like warm places. And he would just lay next to me and I'd get all giddy like, he likes me. But I didn't call him. I didn't try to bring him close. He just came to me because, you know, in his own time, in his own rules, under his own stipulations, you know, under his own feelings. The only thing you're going to control in this life is your actions to some degree. Other than that, controlling anything else is folly. It's just, especially people. If you try to control people, you might as well just break up with them. Just save both of y'all some trouble. And even if it's someone that likes to be controlled, it still don't work. You both are still going to be miserable in that relationship. We're in the year of our Lord 2000. Yeah. But it has a lot to do with, you know, attachment styles, which is very interesting, the topic of attachment styles. That's why I think men with cats are trustworthy. They respect the autonomy. Sure. Yeah, I see what you mean. Men with cats are trustworthy because they respect the cat's decision making and don't force things upon them. I don't think there is. I don't think there is necessarily a problem with, because what you might perceive of someone like trying to control you might be genuine care and love. Like for example, like someone wants to go to a concert at night. Say you're significant. I've had this happen to me before. And I was like, dude, isn't that like kind of dangerous? Like I'm not comfortable. I'm not entirely comfortable with you going alone at night to this place because like it's kind of dangerous, you know? Like I won't stop you, but I'm like not entirely comfortable, you know? And then that could be perceived as control when it totally comes from a place of love and concern and care, you know? But if it were like some women might look at that and be like, oh yeah, you're just controlling his red flag, bye, you know? It's like, okay, okay. Cats can be so different. There are two cats I like in my neighborhood, and they live in the same place, yet they're so different. Oh yeah, cats have different personalities, much like dogs. Like if you have like a little, if you had just a bunch of puppies be born, I've seen this because my friend he used to have a lot of puppies and sell them and give them to people and stuff, and he every time he had like a batch or a litter or whatever it's called of puppies, and like I go in the little house where he kept them, and there'd be like, you'd see all the personalities of the dogs right there. Like some would never leave the little dog house. Some others would be exploring all over the place. Some would be like curious, but they'd stay like kind of like in their vicinity. Some would be always around the mother. Like you could see different personalities, and those dogs grow up to be that exact way. Like the one who's always running around and exploring and stuff, that one's gonna be like today, like that dog is always barking and like looking and sniffing things and going right. He's still that way, right? They're born with personalities. They're born with things they like to do. Humans are the same way, in an animalistic way. We're born with things that we like and feel comfortable, and things that we don't like and don't feel comfortable. You know, just natively, just like by default, like we're programmed like that. It's like the base Windows 11. You know, that's our programming. And that's just how we act and like to feel safe, right? Because it's all about like what makes us happy and what makes us feel safe and what makes us feel satisfied and gratified about life. Which, you know, one of them approaches people all the time, while the other just kind of doesn't care about you. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, some is like base Windows 11, some are like Windows 11 Premium, you know? It's just different kinds of people. We're all just born different, and that's why like I'll tell you this though. The one thing I've come to learn recently, you know, like based on my experiences. Like I've recently been experiencing kind of a situation with someone that I had I had a somewhat of a crush on and stuff. Just recently. And this person, like, for the most part, does not seem to share that interest. Even though this person seems to share interest in hanging out with me in terms of when we're hanging out, and we're happy and everything's cool and it's a great time. But outside of that, there doesn't seem to be an interest. Like, right? Like, there's not a... Like, that person is okay hanging out with me, but they don't have, like a need, like a want for more. It's like, if it happens, it happens. If we're together, we're together. If we're hanging out, we're hanging out. I'm just like, it's kind of someone who just, like, really lives in the present and just lives the moment. And yeah, and there's, like, different types of people like that, you know? Like, what do? You gotta respect it and understand your own... You gotta understand your own self-worth, too. Like, you know? If that's like, for me, for example, in this particular situation, even though I have, like, this crush on this person, like, you know, like, I can't... You know, you just gotta accept that that's the way they think, that's the way they are. They're, you know, and if there's not an interest there, then I gotta think about myself and my own feelings and say... You know, I gotta think about my own feelings and say, hey man, I love myself enough to not put myself through this misery. Like, you know, like if you are in love with someone and they're not reciprocating, man, you gotta understand your own self-worth and say, man, I'm worth someone who would say yes and not hesitate. I'm worth someone who would be who would be a for sure, like, let's hang out. I'm worth someone who would be like, I don't have much time, but I still want to hang out with you at the very least. Like, you know, you're way more worth than like just well, I don't know about this. This not putting your energy into something like that, whether it be a friend or whether it be anything else. It's just not worth it, man. You're wasting your energy. You know, if that person comes around and meets your energy, like, it doesn't mean that you have to be like, none of this means that she has to think exactly like you. She has to want to be exact with you as much as you want to be with her. It means that at the base there is an interest of being together. At the base there is a mutual affection, like a mutual want. However big it might be on one side or the other side, like, it usually could tilt more one way than the other. But one thing that there is a base interest there, where if you ask someone, hey, let's go out or something like that, that person won't say, hey, let me think about it. I don't know, I'm kind of busy. Like, someone that cares for you, dude, like, that has like a genuine, like, that really is attracted to you in any shape or form, they might be scared and they might be embarrassed, they might be shy, but the last thing they'll say is maybe, or I don't know. That's the last thing they'll say. Because that's the thing. When you have an attraction, when you have a... an attraction, or you care for someone, and it's like... You don't want to not be with that person. You want to... Especially if you're a busy person. Especially if you're very busy. That makes you want it even more. Because, like, I know I'm very busy, but I'm going to make the time. You know? If someone's not making time for you, man... If someone's not making time for you, man, it's just not there, man. It's just not there. However much you want to, I wanted it to be that way. I wanted it to be to where this person loves me, this person wants me, you know? I've been in situations like this before, and I've been in situations where somebody likes me, and when somebody likes me and I don't like them back. Another thing that brings me to another thing that I thought was interesting is that, like, I always had the decency, and I don't know if this, I've been called, like, kind of cold before, because somebody confessed to me and they're like, I want to go out with you, would you like, I've been attracted to you, and it's like, I gotta be dead honest with you, I don't feel the same way. Like, I don't want to be rude, I don't want to be cold, I don't want to hurt your feelings, I feel awful. And I did feel awful when I said it, but I think in my opinion, it was better to say it than to have that person then say, like, oh, I don't want to hurt this person's feelings, so I'm just gonna say I'm busy. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy that day. I'm so sorry. Don't take it personally. I got a lot going on. No, man, I'm not that guy. I'll be straight up. It's like, hey, man, I'm not interested like that. If that's what you're looking for, if I'm getting the wrong idea, I apologize. But if you're, like, attracted to me, you're looking for more than a friendship, I'm not there. Like, you're literally wasting your time. Like, put that time into someone who would reciprocate. Someone who would want to go out with you, has that desire towards you, you know? Hey, boy from Belgium, welcome in. When you find it, it'll be easy. Microwave, I cannot stress enough how much of a help you've been to me. I used to be afraid of hurting men's feelings. They get the hint. I was so naive, it never worked. No, it doesn't work, because, like, when you tell someone, like, oh, like, I've heard this before, right? I've heard this before, like, oh, you want to go out? I'll think about it, you know, I'll think about it. Okay, and then I'm like, and I was stupid enough to go, like, follow up and say, what's there to think about? Like, do you want to or do you not want to? Because that's how I work. I don't know how to play these feeling games where, like, again, like, if I feel something towards someone, I'm not gonna sit here and like swimming in mud, just like swimming in place, like drowning in quicksand, dude. Like, do you want it or not? But that's it. There's no in between. There's no maybes. It's a yes or it's a no. It's you know. When it comes to feelings like that, I know it's a bit strong, and I come across as like a And I've pushed people away that way. I've pushed people away like that. People have told me like I kind of had an interest. This happened once. I remember there's this girl that she's like, you know what? Like I kind of at first I was kind of like, you seemed attractive to me and I kind of was interested, but then like when you kind of started talking and you just like scared me off because you were so intense. Like you had like an intensity to you that I like. She was like more of a shy girl, and she was like, you just had this intensity that just turned me off, and I didn't, you know, I was shocked, like I couldn't handle it well. But that's just, you know, I'm not gonna say this is who I am. I'm never gonna change. I can't adapt because I have adapted. I have changed to some degree. I tone down my energy if I'm talking to someone now. I don't just go like, oh, it's black or white, decide. You know, hey, listen. For me, it's, you know, people understand this crap if you're honest with them. You say, hey, for me, I I need I would appreciate a yes or no. If you're in a spot where you can't say yes or no, like I understand. But for me to feel secure, for me to understand this properly, if you don't give me a yes or no, it's gonna be hard for me to understand or interpret what you're trying to tell me. Like, do you want to be honest about how you feel? Do you want to tell me like you're not that interested, but you also don't want to lose me, like you're not comfortable with me to the point where you'd like to go out yet, but you're getting there? Or do you just have no interest, that it's just not impossible for us to move forward? Like, you have to at least know that much, like, right? Like someone at least knows that much. You at least know as much as if you would like to continue or not. But to keep people in the mud, just swimming there in the mud, like not telling them if you like them or not, not telling them if there's a chance or not, not telling them, you know, just keeping them around because sometimes because you're lonely, or sometimes because you, yeah, people do this kind of stuff, right? It's like sometimes people are a little selfish. I've been selfish before. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I've been selfish before. You know? It's great to just say, I'm married, the ultimate kryptonite. Well, marriage is interesting, right? Like you, Microwave, you're one of the rare cases of the world where you found your other half, right? I don't know how it happened, why destiny had it that way, but you're like one of the few lucky people in the world that found their true soulmate, like, right? And you could have a soulmate. I believe in soulmates, right? I believe in soulmates, but I also believe in people that are right for you. But I believe within creation there was a God created two humans that there was like there's a connection there. There's a big connection there beyond different connection you could have. Yeah, I believe in soulmates personally. I can't explain the science behind it, obviously. And I believe they exist. And sometimes you can find your soulmate and not date them, and they could sabotage it, and you could sabotage your. Just because you're a soulmate doesn't mean it guarantees that you're gonna be together, because people still have flaws. Like you could have found your soulmate, and you one day you're drunk and you go to bed, and you cheat on your guy or on your girl, and they find out. Like you didn't, you know, like it just happened. You were vulnerable. You guys got into a fight. You were vulnerable. This guy made a move, or this girl made a move, and you fell for it, right? And then it's not like you don't love this guy or this girl. You cheated because you had a moment of vulnerability, right? But at that point, that soulmate, that other guy, doesn't have to accept it. Wait, you cheated on me? I don't have to accept this. So yeah, you could have a soulmate and completely make everything go to crap. It doesn't guarantee happiness. It only guarantees happiness. I don't like the word happiness too much. I like to put it into peace or stability. The only way that you're going to guarantee a peaceful or stable relationship is if you put the effort into it. And yes, if you're a soulmate, it'd probably make it easier because you have a certainty. And then you have to analyze. There's a certainty, right? There's a mutuality. right? It's not like just me. It's not a table with 3 legs. It's a table with 4 legs. It's never a table with 2 legs. It's a table with 4 legs. There's no there's not too much overcompensating on both sides. Sometimes there is a little bit. If if they're feeling a 30%, you're feeling a 70%. Yeah, maybe you'll have to put on. Exactly, it's balanced. Maybe you'll have to put on the shoes and like put in the work. But that's where communication comes in. My hubby always said that we are tied to the red string of fate. God dang, that is beautiful, mother flippin' dang. I think you have animal soulmates too. I never really thought about animal soulmates, but I guess that's possible, yeah. This sometimes people, I think sometimes we think as love as some like. I mean, there's different ways. There's different ways that you can love someone for sure. The grass is greener where you water it. Ah, that's beautiful. You know what was very interesting? I used to think that for me, most of the time, love was all about sacrifice. And this is a personal experience of mine. Like for me, it was like because I would give my life for you, and because I'd sacrifice my job and this and that for you, or because I'd sacrifice my time for you, then this is the ultimate love. This is what love is. You cannot love any harder than this. This is it. I have the ultimate love, which is the sacrificial love. And that is a type of love, without any doubt. Like someone who would have usually men have a very sacrificial type of love, right? Um, like I'll sacrifice my time for my family. I'll sacrifice my body health for my family, or I'll sacrifice my well-being for my family. It's a very sacrificial love. And I've always been like that, where I've always had this strong sacrificial love. And I thought, like, if I do this massive thing where I move halfway across the world for you, then you'll always love me forever, right? You'll always want me because I did the ultimate thing. But one thing that I sucked at was the small stuff. And there was one girl that told me once, that pointed out, and she said it in no small term, and no, look, she said it like directly, in a way that I understood it very clearly, which was like, you know what? I just appreciate the small things. And I'm like, and this, for me, it was confusing, but it's sort of like, what do you mean? I just appreciate the time, like, you picked a little flower for me. Like, I appreciate that you sent me a message. I appreciate that you asked me how my day was. I appreciated that you complimented my hair, or you kissed my forehead before I went to sleep, or that you cleaned the dishes for me. Like, it's not like none of that is a big sacrificial, like, oh, look at this big thing that I did. And she said, I don't like the big demonstrations, the big, like, whoa, flashy demonstrations of love where you got like a band and like you learned how to tap dance for me and all that. Like, yeah, I appreciate those things, but that's not, for me, that's not how I connect more with love. For me, love is the smaller things. And I was like, this like rocked my world so much. It just rocked my world to kingdom, because I thought, wait a minute, if I love this person so hard and I'm willing to do the most difficult things ever, I cannot tap dance. Welcome in, PRX. How you doing? If I learn how to do the most difficult things, and if I do that for them, they can't question my love anymore, right? Like, my love will be received. Like, there's no questioning that. And yes, to some degree, people will see that, and yes, that is a form of loving. And no, you're not bad for wanting that kind of love, or it means you love strongly and you have a great sense of dedication and responsibility towards someone, but that's not the only kind of love there is. That's not the only kind of way. If you just have that kind of love, there's going to be an imbalance. That's what I'm saying. This coffee sitting on my bedside cabinet every morning. Exactly. And I was never good at the small things, right? I was never big. I was always good at the big things. Like I just demonstrate these big, flashy love, emotional stunts. But then I just kind of glazed over the smaller stuff. So that's something I have to learn personally. I have to do better. I have to manage. Then because I've always been good at that sacrificial love and also at that passionate love, right? This could be more of that passionate love is more that like, oh my gosh, I can't stop thinking about you. I love you so much. Like that love bombing I was kind of talking about, right? And the problem with this one is like, it's all oxytocin. That's what it is. Your body is releasing this oxytocin. Does this mean that like this doesn't last very long, right? It's usually the first 2 to 3 months of the relationship is when you have all this oxytocin. And you can't stop thinking about this person. You can't stop wanting to be with them. You need to hold their hand all the time. You have these fantasies about you guys walking through a field of flowers and the rainbow shows up and you propose and you have like all these ideas. I'm pretty good at that kind of love too, where I just, I'm a dreamer, I'm a daydreamer. I imagine things, I live those emotions, I live those things, everything in my heart, which is good for a relationship because if you have the passion part, you can really, there's a lot of positives that come from that. So I'm not saying any of this is bad, but the biggest problem with it is that it kind of fades away. And maintaining it, like how do you maintain a healthy release of oxytocin with someone that you've been with for 10 years when it's always the same jokes, it's always the same eyes, it's always the same kisses, it's always the same intimacy, it's always the same voice? How do you maintain that early love passion? And it's possible there's ways you can work on that, and I would encourage couples to do that. It's very interesting how you could do that. I would always encourage people to do that, maintain that passion as much as you can. And there's ways to maintain that passion. People say, "Oh, go on a date and stuff." Like I think for me is, you don't. What do you mean? I don't what? People think as well that love is always going to be intense, butterflies, but sometimes it's slow, constant, and familiar. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. So now it brings us to a different kind of love. There's various, like there's that passion, like I said, there's that sacrificial love, which is important as well. Both of these are important. But then you also have like the connections love, right? And this is the emotional love, right? The one you've developed through this is the kind of stuff you get through trauma bonding, right? This is the kind of stuff you get. This is the kind of love you get when you've known someone, you've been through stuff with someone, right? This is the kind of love you get. It's like you've emotionally melded, you've like been soldered together emotionally, right? You've been welded together emotionally because you've gone through those experiences, right? Because you've given each other your fears, you've given each other your insecurities, and therefore you've said it's okay for us to have this connection emotionally, right? And that kind of love is absolutely beautiful, right? And this is the kind of love you get from, again, it happens a lot with trauma bonding. Like people who are in rehabilitation, like for like drinking or any kind of drug abuse or substance abuse, those people in the same house, in that same infrastructure or whatever you want to call it, did you know that they have the highest likelihood of falling in love? Like every time people are in like coming out of alcohol or they're coming out of a drug substance abuse, people will fall in love hardcore in those places, like everybody, because they're trauma bonding, right? Like because they're constantly talking about and learning about like how to deal without trauma, how to heal, right? And that really makes you love someone, right? That's why you see like in rehab centers, like people tend to fall in love. This is statistically true. People tend to fall in love crazy a lot because of that. There's that connection that comes from that I'm talking about, right? That it's like an experience connection, right? So that's another kind of love that exists. But then you also have one which is very interesting, which is like kind of like the playful love, which is that kind of stuff that you kind of have with your friends. It's more like that friendship love, that playfulness. Like, this is when you're in bed and you're tickling the other person and you're like, ha, and you're messing around. This is when, you know, you're telling jokes to each other. This is when you go out and you dance. This kind of like that playful love, right? That's another kind of love you want to have in your life, right? So it's not just oh, I'm going to sacrifice everything for this man or this woman, and love is complete. No, there's multiple facets to it. There's multiple things that go into it. There's multiple, like, and you can have one type of love in exceedance, and you can have another type of love that's lacking. But you want to have a good, you want to have a good balance of all those types of loves for sure. The same jokes, same eyes, same stories. Don't even compare it to the first initial burst of love. It is like an extension of yourself, and they see and know everything else nobody else does. Exactly. Absolutely. It's such a beautiful... Hi, Truly, how are you? How are you, Magma? Welcome in. We're back in the grind, man. So... Such an interesting concept, like, you know, like, so... Saying that this is the way or that is the way, I mean... It comes down to what kind of person you are, what kind of person you're talking about. But one lesson I learned recently, and this is kind of why I've been talking about this topic a little bit more, because I've been experiencing it recently. So I'm sorry about all the lovey-dovey talk, but I've been going through it, something like that recently with someone. And I've been learning about it, and I've been thinking about it, and this is kind of like the phase of my life that I'm in right now, which will pass, and everything will be fine. But right now, that's kind of like the mind state that I'm in. That's kind of like how... That's what my mind is more focused on right now. Which is change, you know? Oh, I've seen some crazy love. Yeah, I'm doing good, Magma. Thank you for asking. But yeah, that's kind of like the phase that I'm in right now. So it's kind of like fresh in my heart, fresh in my mind. I've been trying to learn about it for my own sake, and so I'm kind of talking about it. Yeah. So I apologize for all the lovey-dovey relationship talk. It's just kind of something I've been going through. So forgive me for that. Hey, Lindsay, how you doing? There's also physical attraction, let's not forget that. There's also physical attraction, right? And then styles of attachment, which are crazy. Styles of attachment. It's wild seeing the types of dynamics that come from that, and just like the upbringing that people had to get to that point, right? Like the anxious attachment, or the avoidant attachment, or the secure, or the one that's confused, that has a little bit of all of them. Let me know if you guys want to know more about that, because that's very interesting. I think it's just a very interesting topic, even if you're not living, like, currently I'm kind of like going through it, but even if you're not like living through it, I still think it's a very interesting topic. Like, I'd still be very interested in hearing about it. Even if I wasn't like personally going through it, you know? 12:56, guys. You're keeping it PG-13? Yeah. It totally depends on the person, and it depends on what makes them feel safe and what makes them feel insecure. What kind of barriers, mental barriers they have, how do they think, really? Like, some people think that, you know, getting close to someone is is problematic. Like, oh no, if I get close to this person, it's, it's yuck. I don't want to. But at the same time, they want that physical connection. And that's when you have like people who are, people who are okay with being physical with you, but they, like, it seems like they love you, but they're okay being physical with you, but they never want to like start a relationship, right? And you hear about this a lot nowadays, right? You see a lot about this a lot nowadays. Like, a lot of people are like kind of, just physically getting together, but not really starting a relationship in any way. It's just the physical aspect of it, right? Some people are psychotic with their love, but I really is love for them. But it really is love for them. I mean, there is love-induced psychosis. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you could say that limerence is a form of psychosis to some degree. Not really to that point, but it's, yeah, there is love. Yeah, psychotic love. Yes, I think when you have a psychotic love is when you lack the understanding of, you are incapable of understanding why it's not, that it doesn't exist. Like, for example, me, I always came to the conclusion, this person doesn't want to be with me, this person doesn't love me, this person is not interested. Okay, let me move on. Yes, I have feelings. I'm gonna remove these feelings from my heart and do my best to move on. That's a healthy way of letting go, right? Well, when you have someone who is psychotic about it, they can't imagine a world where they're not with that person. Like, it cannot exist, right? They cannot perceive, understand, or accept a world where they're not with that person. Like, every time the person says no, it's not really a no. It has to be a yes, and until it becomes a yes, I won't stop. This is more of a psychotic love, like incapable of realizing or attuning into reality, which is, this person is not interested. Like, this person does not want this. That becomes a sort of psychotic love, yeah. That could have to do. I don't think I've seen a psychotic love where it happened where so there was a lady that was a part of, she was learning about my religion, right? And this is a true story, by the way. There was this lady, and she was learning about my religion, so I went over, me and my fellow church people, we went, as me and two other people went over to her house to kind of like talk to her, get to know her better and stuff, and just invite her into the church, be just to get to know her and be. She was expressing interest, so we went over. I remember we were there, and I'm like looking at this lady. She has like a no sleeve top on, right? And I'm looking at this lady's arms, and all I see is scars. I'm looking at her neck. I see like a couple of scars here too, and I'm like, okay. And I immediately thought back to when on the news, I remember in the local news, there was a lady that she used to work at I won't say which one to not dox myself, but she used to work at a supermarket, and after work, I saw this on the news, and after work, is a big talk in town, her, the guy that liked her and she broke up with, showed up when she was leaving work, and stabbed her over 20 times, trying to unalive her. She lived, miraculously. She lived. And as I was talking to this, I didn't realize when I first went in, I didn't realize this was this very lady from the news. And when I'm looking at her arms, the thought came to mind, oh, but I didn't say anything, I didn't ask. But at some point in like we talking to her, she opened up about it. And she was like, you guys probably noticed my scars, like my ex-boyfriend. I don't remember if it was husband or a boyfriend. He got psychotic about me, and yeah. And she told us the story, and in her words, she said, The last thing she remembers, yeah, she was stabbed over 20 times, all around her whole body, is being in the hospital in the gurney before she woke up in the hospital, and they're like getting her into surgery, emergency surgery, obviously. And she's, in her words, she said, the last thing I remember is my doctor said, do you believe in God? And she was like, yes. And she was like, and he was like, pray to him with all your heart. The last thing she remembers after the accident and before the surgery. And they were able to save her. She lost a lot of blood, obviously. She had multiple, knife wounds. And it's funny because one of the reasons that I was so touched by this lady's experience was not only the fact that she was assaulted like that and survived. It was the fact, this is what I wanted to know more about, is the fact that she was dating someone at the time that we went to visit her. And since that time, it'd been 5 years or maybe a little bit more over. It's been more than a couple of years since that incident happened. She's all scarred up, obviously. And my biggest, me within my brain, I was like, how did you have the strength? That was my question. How did you have the strength to trust someone again? And I didn't ask her this question because obviously I don't want to ask traumatic questions to this person or anything. But it's funny enough, maybe you could say it was God himself that did this, but funny enough, she actually answered that to some degree. She said it took a lot of patience from my new boyfriend to show me that he's patient, caring, loving, and her main concern is is this dude gonna go psychotic on me? And she said it took a long time, of proof and proof and proof of this man showing me that basically she was saying she needed a lot of reassurance from this guy. I mean, who can blame her? And thank God that a man was born that could meet this person's needs in a time where she needed to be understood more than ever, right? For obvious reasons. And I remember I left her house in tears. We cried together in that house, in that room, in that living room. She had a kid with this other guy. He was obviously in jail and probably still in jail now. But hearing it from her, to see what, to go into what you're saying, microwave, what, quote unquote, love can become. I am happy and I thank God that every time somebody told me no, even though I wanted a yes, I was able to always move on. I'm not gonna say every time I was told a no, I didn't say well, why not? But maybe we could just try. I won't say that I never said tried to convince someone or I tried to encourage them. I won't say that I've never done that. I won't say that I didn't send a message even after they said, oh, let's not make this work. I don't remember a case where I did that, but maybe I did. But I thank God every day that I was not the kind of person, I don't have that psychotic interest in someone that I would not be able to let them go, But to be honest, I'm someone who, personally me, I'm not trying to say I'm an angel or anything. Like I said, I've made mistakes for sure. But I'm glad I didn't get to that point, And if I ever get to that point, I'd hope somebody would stop me. I'd hope I'd have someone to be able to freaking help me, dude, out of that. It's crazy, but I've never felt that. I mean, I've been extremely attracted to people before, but I've also been pretty good at letting go as well and understanding when that's it, that's it. Because, and I think it comes from a place of me, because I know what it's like to not like someone. Because I've been in a place, there was a girl, I told this story before, but there was, you guys are not going to believe me, I'm just going to tell it, but no, this is on the Switch too, brother. This is on the Switch too. Welcome in, by the way. So, humans are resilient, yes, absolutely. So there was a time in school that I had 3 girls that were friends, and all 3 of them liked me. Okay? One of them had liked me since, like, 6th grade, all the way up to, like, 8th grade or something, like for years, this girl. And then one of her friends started developing feelings for me as well. Now, keep in mind, this is in high school, 6th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade stuff. And at some point, the 3 of them, like, these girls are friends amongst each other. And they all confess their love to me. Like, I'm like, okay. But there was one that stood out more than the others. Because one was a shy type, right? And this tells you all about people, which is so interesting, which is why I'm telling this story. Be right back, I gotta poop. Well, go poop and listen to this story in the pooper. Take your phone and listen to this story while you drop a massive dookie. Just a guy. Welcome in. Just a guy comes in and he's like, I gotta poop. Like, what's this chat? What is going on here? What the fudge is it with this chat? It's like, I get in here, somebody's gotta go poop. That's common with young men by their 20s. I most learn than not learn to hurt their ego and I take it gracefully. I've always been able to take it pretty gracefully, to be honest. I mean, and if I suffer and do stupid stuff, I do it in the lonely. I do it in my own time where no one's watching. Like, I don't like stalk this person or anything like that. I think that's disgusting. Like, my pride wouldn't even let me do that. My pride would be like, this motherfluffer dumped me and I'm gonna stalk her, and I screw that, dude. I don't want to even look at her. Like, get away from me. Satan, be gone. No, I want nothing to do with you, bro. Stay away. It's quite the opposite. But, oh shoot, man, I'm in school. These 3 girls, like, one of them, the one that liked me the longest, I suppose. And I know this because they all confessed in the end. Like, after they had feelings for me later on, they were like, "Oh yeah, all 3 of us liked you." This is coming from their mouth. Like, when we're just having a conversation in a group, it's like all 3 of us liked, you know, Frosty at the same time. I was like, "What the fuck?" You know, 2 of them I had no idea, except for the one that confessed the love, which is the one I'll tell you about. But so one of those girls was a shy type, right? One of them was the shy type, and we would sit in alphabetical order, and her name, both our beginning letters start with the same. Our names start with the same 2 letters, so we'd always be sitting next to each other, like, all the years. All at school, we'd all be sitting, me and her would always sit next to each other. And so, whatever. This person liked me, but she never said anything. But she would always be shy around me, and, like, anytime I talked to her, she would bundle up like a little hedgehog into a ball. She'd get all nervous and stuff, and I'm like, okay. It's like, all right, okay. And I mean, looking back, it was just cute, really. Anyways, one day we're leaving science or math class. I'm going up the stairs, and I'm going down the hallway, and this other girl, and this is the type of girl that was like a little firecracker. So there's one that was shy, but this one was the opposite of shy. This one is like, I'm gonna get in your face. I'm gonna tell you what's going on. Now I'm literally walking down the hallway. This girl comes chasing me all the way from the back of the hallway, like running at me, and I'm like, hey, wait. And I'm like, what the fuck? I look, like, even before I could look back, she just, like, freaking grabs my arms, and she pushes me into the freaking the lockers, and she just pushes me against the freaking locker. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And she looks me dead in the eye. Like, this girl was like 5'2". At the time, I was like maybe 5'7", 5'8". I'm 5'9" now, but at the time I was like 5'7", 5'8", maybe a little bit more. This girl is tiny. Like, she's a little bundle of joy. And she gets in her tippy toes and she gets like square in my face, like looks me dead in the eye, dude. And she's like, "Hey, I like you. Like, I like you." Dead in my face, dude. And I'm like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, what the fuck? What the fudge do I do? It's like, and I told her the truth right then. I said, "Hey, man, like, I don't, I don't, I don't feel the same way. Like, I don't feel the same way." And that was that. And she still tried. She kind of still tried after that. And then she ended up like marrying a dude that whatever was very jealous. There was a guy. It's another whole story, but there's this guy that liked her, and he used to hang out with us. But he was from a different school. But he would purposefully, because he had a dirt bike or whatever, and he would purposefully come to our school just to see her, and we'd hung out like 'cause after school there was like a nice, this kind of like a bar cafe thing like close to the school. We'd just all like as friends we'd just go there and hang out and drink like soda or whatever, or coffee or whatever. And this guy would show up in his dirt bike, and he's like, like, I like this girl. And he hated my guts because he knew she liked me. And this dude was like twice my size, right? He was also like 2 years older. Like, if I was 16, this dude was 18. And he's like totally into this girl. And I'm like just sitting there like, fudge, man. Like, I had to, like, freak, man. It's so awkward when you're in a situation like that, sitting at the same table with this dude. She really swore that she didn't like this dirt bike dude, right? But he kept showing up, and they're married now with like, I don't know, 2 or 3 kids now. So there you go. Most men I know like the shy women, and then find out they're little weirdos. Yes, they called me Frosty. Yes, they did. And that's what it was, man. And they ended up hitting it off. You know, it just makes me think sometimes, if had I given that girl a chance, would I be married to her today? Would we have kids today? You know what I mean? It's so interesting to think about that. Like, and she was that type of girl that just really wanted, she was like a real one. She's a keeper, right? She's the type of girl that really wanted a family and wanted to build a family together and wanted that serious relationship, right? It just makes me think, it just really makes me think, had I said, I don't like you, but I'll give you a chance, or let's go out on a date. She wasn't ugly in the slightest. She was very cute, as a matter of fact. I was a knucklehead. Like, I didn't care for, like, I was like, I don't care about women, dude. Like that. And like, at the time of my life, I was like, I'm not like, I don't know what my mind, I don't entirely remember what my mindset was back then, but all I can remember was like, I didn't like her. That I knew for sure. I didn't have those feelings. Like, I liked hanging out with her, talking. What's your first name, Frosty, if you don't mind me asking? I don't share my actual name, so I keep it private. Like, one day maybe I'll share it, but for now I keep it private. Yeah, I know a lot of people are curious. I've told some people in the Discord. Some people here know my actual name, but I don't say it like live. I just don't like the idea. I don't like the idea that people know my name and they can look me up and like go, like, I'm not saying people are gonna do that, but they could if I gave all my information, right? And some, like, it just makes me feel ick thinking about that. It's just like, yuck. So I try not to share too much personal information. I don't think I even know, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I don't share, man. I'll share with people like in the Discord that I've gotten close to and stuff. There's some of my mods know my name. Some of my mods know my name. Some friends know my name. Not all my mods know my name though. It just depends like how our connection evolves. Like if I get close to this person or not. If I feel comfortable around them or not. If I trust them or not. Like I mean, there's no secret. I'm not hiding anything or anything like that. Like there's no secret with my name or anything. But it's just I just don't feel comfortable putting it on the internet. That's all. Well, that's fair. I wouldn't look you up. That's weird, Frosty, is it? Yeah, I'm not saying Sarah you would. Right, it wasn't a personal attack, and I know you know that, but it's just like there's weirdos. I've heard so many weirdo like cuz like if someone knows your full name, I don't know if you know this, they can do like they can find out where you live, they can find out about like what you've done, what school you went to, like how many years you stayed in that school, where you went after that. They could like just with your full name, they can find your phone number. That's why I'm like icky about it, right? I'm not saying people are gonna do that, and I'm not saying like I'm cock, like I'm like my ego is so big that I think people are gonna look me up or not. I'm just saying I like to be careful, and I like to not give people even the opportunity to do that, you know. But if they, you know, if it happens, it happens. Like I mean, like I said, I got nothing to hide, but I just don't like my privacy being invaded. I have a couple of guesses, but none of them seem right. My name is a Portuguese name. I can tell you that my mom wanted to name me Peter, but my dad wanted to give me a Portuguese name, so they went with that. So it's not a common name that you probably never heard my name ever before. There's like a 90% chance you've never heard my name before. So it's definitely not a common name. I was kind of thinking, yeah, it's a fully Portuguese name, yeah. Did you know that when it's my life becomes on? But yeah. Yeah, I was kind of thinking it might have been, yeah, well, it is. It's not a very common name. No. I personally don't like it too much. I never really liked my name too much. It's like, I don't know Microwave's name. I think Microwave's name is Susie Wilds, right? Isn't that your name? Susie Wilds? I'm not asking, by the way, Microwave. I'm just pulling your leg. You've always hated your name? No, I think I know your name. Your name's pretty cool. I think Sarah's name is actually like Judith. Yeah, it's Judith, right? You've told me more than once. Oh, I forget, dude. I'm a horrible friend. I totally forget, dude. I totally do not remember. God dang, man. I totally forget. Totally fair. I just said because I'd like a name, which might not be a good thing for the internet. Yeah, some people like Nick. You look at Nick, for example. You watch Nick, right, Sarah? Nick is okay sharing it. The most YouTubers are okay. Like, there's a lot of YouTubers that their YouTube channel is their first and last name, you know? It's just not me, man. I don't like, I feel ick about it. I don't like the idea that, like, even, that's why I'd never like to be famous, too. Like, I don't like the idea that there's people, like, snooping around my privacy in my life, and, like, they're following me around, and, you know, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. More than once, it's Marley. Wait, your name is Marley? No, it's not. No, it's not. You're not Marley. No, you're not. Stop. You're not Marley. She's like, are you serious right now, Frosty? Are you serious right now? I am a Sarah. Gonna be hacked. Yes, microwave is Marley. Microwave is Marley. That doesn't mean you're gonna get hacked. Come on, it's not that bad. I'm just personally, I'm just careful about it. Doesn't mean like if I shared my name today, I don't think I'm gonna get hacked or anything like that. I don't have social media or anything like that, so there's not much to snoop around, even if you wanted to. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh. All your social media is private. My social media is like... I do have an Instagram, but I don't even post stuff on it. Just being friendly is all. No, you did everything. You did nothing wrong, Sarah. You did absolutely nothing wrong. It's completely normal to be curious. Hey, man, what's your name? Like, I've been watching your streams for a while. Like, what's your name? I don't think there's anything wrong with what you asked at all. Actually, I take it as a, I'm glad you want to know more about me, you know, type of thing. I'm like, I'm glad we got to a point where you're curious about my name, you know? Like, it's not a bad thing at all. Don't take it as a bad thing. That's why I also ask you, don't take it as a bad thing if I don't want to share it. Live, at least. My granny wanted to call me Rebecca, but my dad was a stoner. Tell me about your... You seem to have a very secure attachment style microwave. Tell me about it. Like, I'm curious. I don't want to use you as a test subject or anything. But I'm really curious about, like, you seem... Maybe I shouldn't talk about it live. Maybe I could send you a message about it if you're not comfortable, but... I would like to know about your upbringing. So it'll tell me a lot about, like, the way you think, probably. Oh, so you're anxious? Okay. Yeah, I'm more of an anxious one, too. That's definitely my style. I wouldn't say I'm the worst case of anxious, but I do lean more anxious, more anxious than not. Little orphan child, right? That makes a lot of sense, yeah. For me, growing up was, you know, the self-learning I've done and understanding why, like, I'm the kind of guy that my brain always defaults to, for you to love me, I need to be sick and I need to cry to get your attention, right? That's what my brain defaults to. Like, I can identify that in myself and stop it, which I have done, thankfully, very much. But my brain is always telling me, if you want attention, you need to cause a scene, like, for this person to get your attention. Like for example, if you're in a relationship, like, and you feel like this person's not giving you enough love, like, my immediate instinct is like, okay, if I tell her I'm sick, she's gonna love me. She's gonna come, like, right away, because if I'm sick, she needs to come to me, and I need to get her attention. But I can't just ask for the attention. I need to, like, cause a scene to get an attention, right? And it's like, and that has everything to do with, like, unrequited love that I got growing up, right? Like, for example, it's not like my parents didn't love me or anything, which my dad kind of didn't. Not didn't, but he didn't show it. And there was a reoccurring scene in my life as a theme. Hello, Exit, welcome in. Love you, Exit. But there was a reoccurring theme in my life growing up, which was, my brother was the type of guy that was very possessive over stuff. My older brother, 2 years older than me. And I grew up with my brother, right? And whenever my brother, like, when we first got internet, like, my brother wouldn't let me use the internet because he wanted to be using it all the time. When we first got a drum set, like, it was my dream to play the drums. He would never let me touch the drums, even if he wasn't home. He was, like, very possessive over stuff, and was like, I don't want you to touch my stuff because you're gonna break it and it's mine. And even though my dad bought it for both of us and he said, you guys got to share this, right? But my brother would literally take possession of it, and if I tried to even get close to it, he would just slap me in the face. And then whenever I brought it up with my mom, and this is how it fluffed me up, I would go to my mom and I'd say, dude, mom, like, I just want to play the drums. This guy won't, like, I had to play the drums in secret until I learned to defend myself. And if I wanted to use the internet, I was never allowed because my brother was always on it, and he would never let me use it. So he had a very possessive, don't touch this, even though my parents clearly stated many times that this is for us to share and this is for us to use, but he'd use it all the time and just dismiss me completely. And if I even dared to talk back, he'd just slap me in the face. And that's it, like, slap me in the face, and what you gonna do about it? That's basically the relationship I had with my brother. And like that, and when I brought it up to my dad or to my mom, they'd always be dismissive about it. So I was like they just didn't want to deal with it. Oh, you guys just have to share. That's it. You guys just got to share. And then she would never go up to my brother and actually tell him, hey man, you're like screwing your little brother over. Like, let him use the computer at least an hour. You don't have to be there all the time. Like, let your little brother use the drum set too. Like, he would never let me. And I hate talking about this, like, about my brother, but this is the truth. Like, I hate, because I love my brother, you know, and he didn't know how to be a better man, and now he does, but at the time he didn't. And that's all it is. So all is gone and well, but what that created in me was a sense of, I need to cry for my mom to realize that I'm in pain. And if I don't cry, like, I won't get love. If I don't make a big scene and cause a big scene, like, she won't notice that I need her help, right? And now growing up, it completely translates into my relationships and how I perceive love in my head, which is, if I want somebody to love me, I need to be in distress. They need to want to help me. That's how people love. That's completely wrong, obviously. But that's how I turned out, right? And I can't really help it. These thoughts just kind of come to me. But I have learned to strategize and, like, not do it. And in my most recent relationships, I never did it, even though I felt like doing it. And I was like, nope, don't do it. Don't do it. That's not fair to them. It's not fair to you. If they want to be with you, they'll just come be with you. Don't pretend like you're sick. Don't make a scene. Don't start drama just so you can have a connection moment. Don't do none of that. Just let it be. And I've been very successful at it, to be honest, but it was very hard to get to the state of mind where I understood why I even act that way, right? Yeah, big reactions were needed to a simple effects. I get it. Yeah, just me talking about myself personally, right? This is my experience. You should walk up to your bro one day and just slap him out of nowhere to be like, payback is up. So here's the interesting story about this exit. Very interesting. You said the brain is a strange. You seem self-aware. No, I am, and I'm not embarrassed to talk about this. Like, some people are like, I'd never talk about this on the internet. I'm proud of what I achieved, and I became a much, much, much better person since then. So I'm very proud of what I achieved as I studied my own brain and my own needs and my own way of thinking. But one day my cousin came over and he saw my brother slap me. And I must have been like a 12-year-old kid, 10-year-old kid, something. I don't remember exactly. And my brother was like over a soccer ball. And I wanted to play soccer and stuff, and he's playing with my cousin. He's like, oh, you don't have to play with us. Get out of here. This is me and cousin. You don't have to be here playing. And I'm like, dude, I'm a kid. I just want to play soccer with you guys. You know, it's the ball. And my cousin is like, you're going to let him talk to you like that? And this is the first time I got emasculated, right? This is the first time another man came to me. Well, my cousin was young too. This is the first time another man came to me and said, hey man, you just going to take this? You're going to be a little bitch? Like, you know, he kind of, and I'm like, ooh, like those caveman hormones, like kind of like, that's when they were born in me, and I was like, am I? And my cousin talked to me privately after that, and he said, hey man, the next time your brother slaps you, dude, sock him back. Just hit him in the face back, you know. And I was a kid. This is a real story. And I was a kid, and I was like, oh. And they gave me the courage to do it. And I was like, okay. So the next day, he started getting in my case about me doing something or doing whatever, whatnot. And this day, like, he pushed me, and I punched him in the face, square in the nose. Bam. First time I ever hit him back. Square in the mouth. Bam. You know what he did? He started this, I kid you not. He ran away crying and went to my mom to show her like his bruise in his lip or whatever. Honest truth to God, dude. Since that day, he never hit me again. Never. We got in fights. We pushed each other around. We got in fights a lot, but he never, ever slapped me again. Never. Because he knew that next time he slapped me, he might get slapped back. And he was bigger and stronger than me, but, you know? Like, nowadays, I have a great relationship with my brother, you know? I have a good relationship with my brother. I love my brother. I don't hold any negative feelings towards my brother. But I do hold pain from those moments. Yes, I do hold scars and trauma from that. Yes, I do. Of course I do. But do I, like, associate that trauma and be like, that brother of mine, I hope he dies? Or no, I don't have, like, that trauma is not associated with anger towards my brother. It's associated with realizing that I went through that. He was a dumb kid. I was a dumb kid. We grew up. That's it. That's all it is. There's no need to hate. There's no need for vengeance. There's no need to get even. You know, and I'll tell you how I realized, because I used to hate my brother dearly. I'll tell you how I realized I loved my brother. I'll tell you exactly how I realized let me read what you guys are saying, though. It is indeed, I don't ask my husband for reassurance anymore. We can all heal to the next extent. Yeah, if we work on it, absolutely. No, I respect on the person's man. Yeah. Hopefully it encourages others to take the charge of their own stuff. This isn't a woe. It's me, that is, I am hardware. Yeah, exactly. I see it and acknowledge it and make the effort to deal with it. We all do dumb stuff when we're young. Exactly. It's important to remember that, but your feelings are still valid, dude. Yeah, they're still valid. They are. I mean, I'm not saying I was an angel and I didn't. My brother, God, I'll tell you this. My dad never put hands on me, but he put hands on my brother. Like, my dad never put hands on me. Not once. He threatened to. He lifted his hand at me 2 or 3 times, but he never actually struck me. But he put hands on my brother. So, like, looking back, there's things that he was going through. You know, you learn to just understand where people are coming from. He went through things that I didn't go through. So in his mind, he probably felt like I was the preferred child. So maybe he had hatred towards me. I don't know if this is true. I'm just speculating. Maybe he had hatred towards me that he didn't confront because he felt like my parents treated me better than they treated him. You know? And I'm thinking, you know, thinking back, I mean, maybe that's what it was. But I'll tell you about the day I realized I loved my brother. True, genuine love. Like, you know, absolutely exit. Like, this is how I learned that I loved my brother. One day, he's 2 years older than me. Yeah, he's 2 years older. But there was one day, I was at home. I just came back from work or whatever. I was already in my 19 to 20 years old at that time. And I get a call from my dad out of nowhere. Like, my dad never calls me. You know, when you get a call from someone, you know something went down. If they're calling you, like, something went down. This is the absolute truth. Me and my brother were in bad terms at this point. Like, he was living with his girlfriend. We didn't talk for years. I didn't care if he was okay. I didn't give 2 craps about what he was doing. Like, do your life, leave me alone. I don't want, you know, as long as you're alive, I'm okay. I get a call from my dad. And I'll never forget this day. I'm sitting in my living room. Hey, what's up? Hey, man, your brother. That's all he said. He didn't say anything else. You know what happened to me immediately? Like, I'm getting like, dude, I'm getting freaking goosebumps just talking about it. This is how real it is. All he said was, your brother. The first thing that came down my, automatically, 2 tears came down my, immediately. I didn't think, I didn't even realize I felt anything. All he said was, your brother. And I knew his tone of voice, obviously the fact that he's calling me, all of it was a sign that something bad had happened. And the first thing I feel, 2 tears coming down my face. I didn't have to think. I didn't have to ask questions. I didn't have to process anything. It was just genuine, true, pure love, concern. He told me, your brother got ran over by a car. He was hit by a car. He's in the hospital. We don't know what state he's in, and we don't know how bad it is yet. I'm gonna come pick you up. We're gonna go to the hospital. And the whole trip, I was crying. We're talking about like non-stop tears. We're not talking about 1 tear, 2 tears. We're talking about I'm sitting there, I can't stop the tears. That's how real it was. That's when I realized I loved my brother. Despite all the bad things, despite all the fights we had, despite me feeling like I hated him, despite like, I realized that moment, I love this mother fluffer. I don't know why. We got to the hospital, he hurt his leg. But he hurt his leg and he went in the ambulance, so the information was kind of like nobody knew how he was, so it turned out it wasn't that bad. The car only hit him, like, it didn't like impact him, it just kind of, it grazed his leg, kind of. Like, it hit his leg full on, but it wasn't like a full impact type of thing. So he hurt his leg. I think it was a fracture or something, but he turned out to be okay. So it turned out to be nothing, but at the time, me and my dad, we didn't know if he was okay or not. Like, all we heard from the police was he got hit by a car, he was sent to the hospital. That's all we knew. Yeah. You know, when I got to the hospital and he's just laying there, you know, he's got his leg up. You know, I was just glad he was alive, man. I didn't care if he hated me. I didn't care if he slapped me when we were kids. I didn't care. None of it mattered, dude. I was just glad he was alive. And from that day on, like, my relationship with my brother, like, we still got into, I'm not saying like everything was dandy after that, because me and my brother will get along so long as we don't live together. Like, if we start living together, we are completely opposites. Like, me and him are like completely opposites. He's red, I'm blue, you know? Like, not in terms of politics, by the way. I just don't want people, like, I'm not saying in terms of politics. I'm saying like in terms of we're opposites. Like, if he's red, I'm blue. If he's this, I'm that. Like, we're complete opposites, so we butt heads a lot. That doesn't mean I can't love, right? And we always butted heads. I've come to understand him a lot better, and sometimes we communicate. We communicated just not too long. He lives far away from me now. I moved far away. But yeah, you know, every so and so years he comes and visits, or, you know, so long as he's okay, he's been doing good, he's been living his life, he's okay, and I'm satisfied. I don't need him to call me every day and tell me he loves me, or I don't need him to like always be there for me or anything like that. I just understood that I love him, and if he's okay, man, I'm happy, dude, you know? And that's enough for me. If you get smacked for doing something undesirable, what are you gonna do when someone does something you find undesirable? Smack? No, no, I actually don't. I'm not violent at all. Like, you know, if someone does something undesirable to me, is that what you're asking? No, I never turned to violence or anything like that. I never once had an urge that someone did something I didn't like or something like that, and I was like, oh, I want to slap them. I never once in my life felt that. I hate violence. I hate hitting people. I hate watching people cry. I feel people's emotions at a strong, 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 strong level. Like if someone's crying, like even if I don't know them, like I'll start crying too. You know, like I'm very empathetic. Like I'm very connected to people's emotion. I feel what people feel very strongly. So no, never once in my life did I ever like. Maybe I misunderstood what you meant. No, I mean kids being smack and turn into the kids smacking others because they aren't taught communication. Exactly. No, I didn't turn out that way. No, I didn't go that route. No, I didn't go that route. No. Like at my core, I just wanted to play the drum. Like back then, right? Like I just wanted to play the drums. I just wanted to use the internet like any kid wants, right? That's all I wanted. Like so long as I got that, I'd be happy. I don't need no vengeance. I don't need anything like that. Like I'm just let me do what I want to do and I'm okay. Like I was always like that. Like even in relationships today and anything, like just let me do what I want to do and we'll be fine. I'll love you, you'll love me, everything will be okay, but let me do what I want to do. Like don't sit there and try to like convince me to not want to drum or try to convince me that I shouldn't be this way or shouldn't be that way. You know, that doesn't work with me very well. I guess that's what I took out of it, I guess. That's why I dislike that sort of parenting, but it was different time back then. Yeah. I'm not saying my brother's not a good person. He's done a lot of good for a lot of people. Uh, a lot of his friends love him truly. I know he's a good man. He's a good man. You know, he just had unresolved issues when he was a kid. So did I. And that's it, man. That's all it's gotta be. That's all it is. But I don't hate my parents either. Like my dad, I'm proud of my dad as a person. You know, he had a problem with alcohol and it ruined his life and his marriage and everything. You know, and it ruined my childhood to some degree. I don't hate my dad one bit, man. I don't have any ill feelings towards my dad. Like at all. I'm proud of him for he stopped drinking, you know. You know, he stopped drinking, he put his life in order, you know, and I'm just proud of him. And I don't blame my mom because, you know, like while my mom was raising two kids, you know, and, you know, dealing with a husband that was problematic, you know, and she just didn't have the strength to be there the way we needed her to be sometimes, you know. I don't think that makes her a bad mom, it just makes her human. I really don't think it makes her because she did it all. She sacrificed all her life for me and my brother. You know? She sacrificed... You know what it is for me, Microwave? That doesn't mean I'm better than you in any way, okay? It just means I reached a conclusion you didn't, okay? So, it's not good that we compare, like, how I turned out to you and I'm a better or not better. I don't think I'm better than you in any way, but my conclusion was it's so simple to me that my dad was a man. He didn't like the life that he lived. He was in a marriage that he didn't want to be in. He was trapped in it. All he did was go to work, get treated like crap at work, and he didn't have a chance to not work because he needed to support us. This man felt trapped. He felt like he had no way out. And that's why he did what he did. That's why he turned to drinking. That's why he succumbed to the weakness of his emotions. They got the better of him. And then when I look at that, I just see a person who failed. It's just someone who couldn't get it together at the time. They weren't there mentally. They didn't have the strength at the time. They didn't know how to deal with it better. They probably didn't have a friend that could probably help them do better. They just didn't realize something. You know? And in the end, he was just... In the end, he was just a man. Someone with insecurities, someone with inconsistency, someone who is unfair, someone who is fair, someone who laughs, someone who is angry. How am I different from that, you know? I get angry, I laugh, sometimes I hate. I think I'm a good man, but I'm also someone who gets angry. I think I'm very compassionate, but I'm someone who can also, like, ignore someone. It depends on the circumstance. I'm all those things. I'm not just a good man. I'm also someone who is selfish sometimes. I'm someone who is loving, and I'm someone who could be dismissive. I'm someone who could have a kind word. I could be someone who doesn't always have a kind word. I'm someone who can perceive your pain. I'm someone who could be insensitive to your pain. I'm someone who is there, and I'm someone who sometimes needs their own time. I'm someone who is happy and let's go dance and let's do all the things, and I'm someone who is boring and I just want to be alone. I'm all those things. Absolutely fair. We are all human. Maybe I can fill you in on the Discord a bit more later. Look, I don't know the full story, Microwave, but yeah, fill me in. But I don't know the full story, but there are cases that are harder to understand than others. There's degrees of things, seriousness of things that have been done that are, some are more easier to forgive than others. Okay. It's easier to forgive a partner that slept with a random person and cheated on you than it is to someone who slept with your own brother or your sister or something like that. Like, that'd be way worse, right? That would be like just the betrayal comes from two sides at that point, as an example, right? So there's degrees of bad things that can happen. So some are easier and take less time to filter than others. So me standing here as someone, both of them I'm fighting, yeah. Well, there was a time, I remember when this happened to me. There was a time where a friend of mine thought that I was in love with this girl. This is a true story, and like, me and this, I didn't even have her name or number. I didn't even know where she lived. It was one time, there was an interaction that he took as me hitting on her, because I tend to be someone who is, like, I'm just, if someone, hey man, that's a cool shirt. You know, if I see someone that has a cool shirt, I'm like, hey dude, that's a cool shirt. Or if I see someone like, oh dude, I like your hairstyle. I'm just a guy like that. I just mention things that I see. Like, and that got perceived as me hitting on someone. Oh dude, I like the way you did your hair today. I think I said something to that effect. And that was perceived as I like her or something. I was like, and yeah. And it was a big problem and a big fight, and I mean, it was what it was. But I learned to just stay quiet. There's an old Portuguese saying that goes, the fish dies by the mouth. When you catch a fish, you catch it with a hook on its mouth, right? So it says, so basically it's saying what you say carries, basically could get you in trouble, basically. So I had to learn that lesson because I like to run my mouth and sometimes say a little bit too much more than I should, even though I mean no harm from it or I have no bad intention. But that's not what people always perceive. Oh, sorry, I know this is a pivot, but do you ever play playing it? Yeah, sure, it's okay to pivot. Like, yeah, it's fine. Do I ever play building games? Not really, no. Building games? Like, I used to play Sim City. Does that count? I used to love Sim City when I was growing up. I had a situation like that with my friend once. I just gave her a little compliment. She thought I was sitting on a thing. So Sim City counts? Yeah. I used to like to play, I always liked strategy games. Have you heard of a game called Czar? Have you heard of Czar? It was a game where, like, you get, like, three or four nations you get to pick from. And then it's just a strategy game. Like, you build your armies, and then you try to conquer other people's castles. You ever heard of that game, maybe? I used to like a lot of strategy games like that, like Command and Conquer. Have you heard of the game Command and Conquer? Excuse me. Let me just wipe off my sweat a little bit here. I always carry my trusty towel. I always have a trusty towel on me. Not always, but I always like having a towel on me because it always calms me down for some reason. I always like having like a handkerchief or a towel or a rag or something. Makes me feel comfortable. Would you ever play BG3? Would I ever play BG3? Would I ever play BG3? If it was gifted to me by a viewer, I would. I will never buy it, though. This is not a call for people to do that, but right now, if someone gifted me the game, I would give it a shot. But here's a caveat. If anyone does that, you cannot hold me responsible to playing it to its end. I'm going to say this off the set. If anyone here plans on doing that, it's not fair to you to hold me to play the game until the end. If I don't like the game, I'm going to be honest about it. I'm going to feel like absolute donkey butt, but I'm going to be honest about it. I'm not going to force myself to play a game I don't like. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say that outright. So if anyone wants to do that, like, go ahead, but just know that I won't guarantee. If I like it and I'm enjoying it, I'll continue in it. If not, I won't. So please, if anyone ever thought about that, please keep that in mind. So buy it with a return voucher or something. Like in a way that you can return it if you want to. In case I don't like it. I do like strategy games, yes. We're at 1,356. We started at 1,111. We are 5,356. That's an increment of 245. Dun, dun. So we've done 245 checks tonight. Not bad. It's already at 46 now. Six months. Oh, thank you so much for 6 months. Thank you. I just don't feel like you have to buy me the game. The point of me saying that is not to encourage people to do it. It's just, I'm just saying, if I were to play it, that's the condition. I will not spend money on that game. If someone wants to do it, that's their choice. Thank you, Magma. And thank you, Microwave, for always supporting me. It's not only 6 months, that's half a year, friend. Oh, people get to know each other in half a year. It's a long time. I'm so glad I met you and you hang out with us. Yeah, if I didn't have streaming right now, I'd probably be in a way worse place mentally for sure. Right now, at least. I'm going through a little bit of a heartbreak. Let's put it that way. A little bit of a heartbreak. Me too. It's always nice to chat to everyone. Yeah, it's just nice to have a place to belong to, you know? Like, have a place where you can talk. I certainly, when I first found Nick was the first live I watched, seriously. And when I found Nick, you know, the reason I stayed and stuck with Nick was very funny because I'd never been on YouTube live. I knew about Twitch at the time, wasn't even that famous. But this is like a 5-year ago situation, right? And I went online on YouTube and I was like, dude, I just want friends. And at the time I was feeling lonely or something, whatever. Like, I just want to make friends. There's someone I could talk to. Like, I'm tired of just watching Netflix or whatever. Like, I need friends to talk to. And so I was like, how can I talk to someone like right now? It's literally my thought process. Like, what if I watched a live stream? Like, you can talk to people in live streams, right? Like, yeah, and at the time, like, Sword and Shield had just came out, right? I was like, whoa, why don't I find, like, a live stream of people who like Pokemon? I love Pokemon. Like, we can bond, right? If I find someone that likes Pokemon. So I literally typed, it was legit the truth. I literally typed on the YouTube search bar, Pokemon Sword and Shield live stream right now or something like that. And then like a few people came up, like live streams. And the first one I found, like I'm in there, the guy has like 10 people in there and I'm like, hey, what's up? They didn't even acknowledge me. They didn't even read chat, nothing. So I moved on to the next one because my intent was really to talk to people, right? Like I just wanted to communicate with someone. And so I move on to the next one. There's another guy, and this guy sees me in the chat, and he's like, what's up? And like goes back to the game, never asks me how I'm doing, nothing like that. It's just like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, okay, alright, that's cool. At least he acknowledged me, but he's not really talking to me, so let me go to a different stream. And that's when I found Nick. And when I got into Nick's stream, I was like, hey, what's up? And he's like, oh my god, FrostyLemon, welcome in. How are you doing, man? Oh, you playing Sword and Shield? What's going on? Like, it's like, I'm like, oh, god damn, like, this guy loves me. Holy shit, I like that. Oops. Oh, sorry, I slipped. I was like, holy crap, this guy likes me. I want to be here. And I stuck around for 5 years. There you go. That was it. I guess first impressions matter. Yeah, he's very welcoming, yeah. And at the time, he was just like, hey, man, what are you doing? Like, what's up with you? Like, are you playing the game too? Like, what's your favorite Pokemon? You know, like, they felt like he cared about me as a person and he wanted to maintain a conversation. I didn't feel like I was just like another dude in the chat, right? And I loved that. And that's why I stayed. I just watched a Pokemon XD playthrough. Watching a Pokemon play, just, you know, fell asleep and got raided into him. Then I just used Nick to fall asleep to when I play Scarlet. Nick is a special guy, right? He's a special guy, man. I mean, special in the sense that he's a good communicator, and he's a good. He's good. He has great social skills, I feel. I used to just lurk, really. No, I can't shut up. You mess with Nick a lot. I used to see you there all the time when I was lurking. I was like, dang, like, friggin' microwaves out here talking crap. I don't blame you. To be fair, like, I disconnected a little bit more than what I was before connected because I started streaming myself and we kind of went our separate ways type of thing. Like, it's not that I hate him or anything. Like, there's no bad feelings whatsoever. It's just that, like, we kind of we're on our paths, right? So just kind of doing our own thing. But I used to follow him like a little puppy, like a little duckling follows like mama duck, because I was just so I was so into him, right? But you know, the magic kind of fades away a little bit, but what remains is the love, right? I still love him deeply, but the magic kind of like with the streamer, unfortunately the magic kind of dies off. It's kind of like in a relationship, right? Like I have people that still watch my streams, but in the beginning they used to talk a lot more. Now they're more quiet and lurking more. But in the beginning, like they had that magic, like they're talking a lot. And I don't see it as like people don't like me anymore. I see it as, you know, it's just that magic kind of faded a little bit. You know, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think. In Nick's Dement, I'm Nick's Dementor. I was just like really, yeah. That's why I've stuck around here, like Balls and other streamers, that being warm and welcome goes a long way. Sometimes I'm not the great, like, comparatively, you know, to that. Sometimes like, over the years streaming, and I feel like this happened to Nick a little bit, too. Like, if I look at Nick's old streams, the way he acts is a bit different than he acts right now. Like, he's still the same person at his core, and I see that in myself, too, which is... I am still the same person I was when I started, but when you kind of start, like, you kind of have, like, this... There's always this energy that is freaking, like, something new, something fresh. You're like, oh, you know, you're just out of your best potential is out there. Like, after you've streamed, like, 1,000... I've gone live over 1,000 times. Yeah, like, think about that. Like, you just... It's not that you don't love it, it's like... if anything, you have more appreciation for the streaming service, for the streaming, doing the streams. But what does change is how you react to things to some degree. Like when someone new comes in, like you're used to seeing new people come in now, right? It's kind of like if you're at a hospital and at first the sight of blood like really messes you up, but then after seeing it a million times, you're like, oh, it's just blood again. You know, it's not that you still get a little icked, but you got somewhat used to it, right? It nerfed the experience, right? And with streaming, it's the same thing. It's not that I'm like not super happy that someone showed up. It's just that I'm used to seeing it. So like my reaction is a bit less, whoa, my gosh, someone came to see me. Like, you know, like, because it never happened before, so now it's happened a lot of times, so I'm like, yeah, somebody came to see me again, I'm happy. But it's not like that, oh my god, whoa, someone's here, oh my god. Like when you first start off, right? Like you just can't, I mean, you can fake it if you want. A lot of people fake it, I'm sure. I'm not gonna fake it. But I'm also, like, every time I see someone new here, am I happy to see someone new here? Yes. Like, but also, like there's trolls and stuff like that, and sometimes you don't know if you're dealing with a troll or not, so that can cause the experience to kind of be ruined too. I went MIA there. Ah, you're good, MIA. You're good. Sometimes I go to Mia too. Sometimes I like Mia. Mia is like my side chick. Sometimes I just go to her. Probably more guarded. I've been talking a lot less and lurking with being so unwell and sick. Because it just sucks your energy, right? I don't blame you at all. It kind of sucks your energy. Yeah, being unwell sucks because it just affects... The problem with that is just that it affects every aspect of your life. Like, right? Like, if you have, like, heartbreak, you can go on a walk, you can make new friends. You know, there's ways that you can work around it, right? But when you have like an illness or you're sick and it's like really debilitating or really difficult to deal with, like it affects everything. You can't just go on a walk and be fine. You can't just like work around your brain to fix it. Like you have to accept it and face it with whatever medicine or treatment you can, which makes it extremely hard. I found out from the results that they want to discuss more on the 29th. Like, do what you gotta do to stay healthy, friend. Oh, you got bruises all over? Is it because you spend too much time in bed, maybe, or? Welcome back, Exit. I love you truly, Exit. Don't forget our collab. I'm still waiting for you to, for us to do something like that. Inflammation inside? Oh, inflammation. Spondylitis, right? Can cause it, right? Gotcha. You barely stream. I was just heaps of time again. So you're very busy. Like you still you've been very busy with dating and work and all that. I say my husband, this and that, blah blah blah, but I'm so lucky he has a heart of gold and really looks after me. Work is almost over. Gotcha. You know, there's an old Portuguese saying, Microwave, that goes, God never closes a door that he doesn't open a window. So, yeah, you have those challenges with your health. And he knew you would need someone by your side, so yes, he closed the door to health a little bit to you, but he opened a window with your husband, someone who would support you. You lost 18 kilograms? Oh my god. I really dislike that. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. Don't take this the wrong way, please. I really don't like talking about illnesses. It freaks me out. So I try to avoid, like, I'll tolerate it if you need to talk about it, but that kind of stuff really freaks me out, and I try to not talk about it as much as I can. But, you know, so far I'm comfortable, but there are things that freak me out. Yeah. Just to let you know. Yeah. No, it's okay to talk about. It's more like the conversation of symptoms. Like, because I'm a little paranoid with illnesses. Like, if I, like, you talked to me about bruises, right? If I see a bruise in my body, I'm gonna think I have inflammation or something like that. Like, I'm paranoid like that. Like, I have the illness paranoia. That's why I try to avoid talking about it, because sometimes I get... It doesn't happen every time, but sometimes it happens. And then I spiral. And that's why I'm like the conversation about symptoms and this and that is what really gets me. Yeah, I'm not good with it. Like medical things, I'm not good with that kind of stuff. I really am not. It's really, I'm not really not trying to be dismissive, because I know this is part of your life, and I can tolerate it to some degree. Like, so far I've been able to tolerate, like, I haven't felt uncomfortable or anything like that. Like, I've been completely able to tolerate what you've said. I've been completely fine with. But it does, I do have a very low threshold for medical conversation. Yeah. It's not, it's very low. I just think the living shouldn't talk about the dead, or, you know, I mean, the more I don't know, but that has nothing to do with it. But the point that I'm trying to make is, like, I want to think I'm healthy. I don't want to think that I'm not healthy. And if I talk about, like, illnesses with people, it makes me think that I'm... No, I know you're not. That's not what I meant. I'm explaining what I meant. What I mean is, because I think I'm healthy, I want to keep thinking that way. I don't want to condition myself to think, oh, maybe I'm not healthy. You know, because then I'm not okay. You know, that's what I mean by that. I did word that poorly, though. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Rum-pum, rum-pum, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. That got you laughing? No, you're not. You're gonna be okay, friend. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Things are gonna go up, and it's gonna be okay. That's it. It's gonna look up. I tend to be, I want to be positive, but, you know, sometimes in my own life, not talking about you at all, Microwave, just talking about my own personal experience. My first instinct is always to be negative, but I really don't like being negative. I hate it so much. Like, one of the things someone told me once in my life that hurt me the most, and I still think about it to this day, dude. Like, this really, like, shattered my being. It was like, I was told that I was a negative person. And that I bring negativity. There was one person that told me once. There was a friend. And, like, those words just, every now and then, they just resonate in my brain. Fuck! I try so hard not to be negative, dude. And I do understand, like, I'm an adult and I can comprehend my own actions. And I do understand that I tend to catastrophize sometimes, and I tend to think the worst sometimes, especially if it comes to other people. I can be way more positive, but when it comes to myself and my own life, I tend to be very negative towards myself. Obviously, I try to fight that, obviously. But, and I was told once that I was negative, and that, it's just like like I hate it so much because I know it's true and I don't want it to be true, and that's why that hits so hard. I know it's true that it's not true that I'm always negative. That's absolutely not true, but it is very true that I have an inclination for the negativity more so than the positivity. In other news, on my Tomodachi Island, Bowser is picking between Peach, Daisy, and Rosalie. Did you create me on your island? Be honest. Did you make a Frosty? Because I know Moms did. I think Moms and Shani, I believe they both made a Frosty. They say I'm a hunk. They say I'm a hunk, man. Thank you for the 6 months of support. Thank you so much. You didn't put real people. Ah. Imagine like a married man or woman. I don't know why this thought came to mind, but imagine a married man or woman like puts them and their husband or wife in the game, like them themselves. Like, for example, let's say me, for example, it's not true, but for example, my wife would put like herself and me in the Tomodachi life. And then I would start naturally hitting on someone else, and she would get like mad at me for it. I don't know why that thought keeps coming to my head. But that scenario, I was like, I wonder if this has happened to some poor dude or dudette out there. Like their significant other got mad at them because they cheated on them in the game. And Microwave was like, my husband keeps asking me, but I say no because he'll choose someone else. Oh man, that'd be crazy. Someone broke into our house last night and stole a dozen eggs. They also left a pan of boiling water on the stove. Police believe it is poetry. But I was reading that seriously. Magma, stop it. Stop it. Let's not do this again. You know how much I don't like this. This doesn't make me laugh one bit. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again. This is not Pokemon. Oh, by the way, Microwave. Did you see me do Gala Darkness? We got all the way to Lugia. I don't know if you saw it. I streamed it last night, right? Was it last night or 2 nights ago? I don't even remember. It's one of those. It makes you laugh watching me react. Silly goof. How's Japan doing? I want to go to Japan so bad. God dang. I hate you, Magma. I'm so jealous of you. I hate you so much. In the best way possible. I hate you for living the dream I want to live. But I still love you. But I hate you. Some of the playthrough. How did you like it? I preferred Coliseum, to be honest with you. I felt like the game had way too many battles, and the substance was just very lacking. I liked the selection of Pokemon they had, and I liked the fact that it was Coliseum-like. But I guess what kind of killed... Oh my god, Microwave. It's going pretty well. I got sports day coming up on Saturday at my school, which is going to be awesome. What are you guys doing? Basketball? Maybe? Tennis? Racquetball? Ping pong? Badminton? Soccer? Japanese love soccer, right? Yeah, like, I thought the game was good. I just didn't like that there were too many battles for too little reasons. I don't know. But Coliseum was kind of like the same, but I think it was because Coliseum was my first experience with that type of game, so I think I had more expectations for Gale of Darkness to fix some of the things in Coliseum, and it didn't. And because it didn't, I think that's kind of like what gave me a less better experience of the game or thoughts of the game. I think Coliseum, I didn't know what to expect. I just experienced it. It was fine. I didn't think too much of it. But then Gale of Darkness was like the same, but like it felt like there was even more battles than Coliseum. So instead of improving like the narrative or improving the combat, like quality of life or anything, no, they just gave the game more battles, more ways to battle. The one thing I'll say I like about Gale of Darkness, I like that they added like the Pokemon find thing. You can use cookies or whatever to find Pokemon. I also like that they added new stuff to that Battle Frontier thing. You can do bingo, you can do battle CDs or whatever. Like, I like that they added that. I think that's good. I also like that they added like the new method to heal Pokemon from darkness, that you can do it in bulk. I thought that was pretty cool as well. So I'm not saying the game was completely bad, but it's just that it didn't add enough new locations for it to be relevant. It didn't add enough new locations for it to distinguish itself from Coliseum to a significant degree. It added more battles, as I find. No, because I couldn't catch Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. I quit. Dude, I was half asleep. I'd been live for 6 hours. It took me forever to catch Lugia. And then it told me, oh, you gotta catch Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. And I'm like, nah, screw this, dude. So I didn't finish it. I couldn't catch it. So I'm sitting right before the battle with Lugia. I got the Master Ball and everything, and I just throw it at Lugia. But then it's like, oh, not only did you just catch Lugia, now you have to catch Articuno, Moltres, Rhydon, Zapdos, and God knows what else. And I'm like, holy shit, man, I don't want to do this. What the fudge? I can't do this. Like, I like the battle tower. Like, Frosty, we're just complaining about battles. How do you like the battle tower then? Well, because it's specifically for that. I go to the battle tower with the intent of battling. I know what I'm getting myself into. Now, when you play the game, you know, it has a narrative. Your intent is to have a good experience with the narrative, to have a good equilibrium between battling and narrative. But you don't get that. You get, like, barely any narrative that even matters. I mean, let's be honest, dude. Let's be honest, the narrative in Gale of Darkness is absolutely horseradish. I mean, yeah, you got some cool things like the Mecha Groudon. You got some cool things like creating the Mecha Kyogre to go to the island. You got cool things like at the beginning, like the Lugia stealing the boat. But if you really think about it, the boat the boat completely ended up being irrelevant. You just end up finding it in a in a desert, and there's not much to it. There's no follow up with the people that were, for the most part, the people that were in the boat and whatever, and the Pokemon that were in the boat. Like, there's not much of a follow up with that. The villain, you can tell who the villain is from the get go. The most predictable, like, Team Rocket turn of events possible. Like, you already know it's Team Rocket. You don't need the anime to show you. You know Pikachu getting kidnapped. You know it's Team Rocket. You don't need to guess. You don't need to think about it. You just automatically know. The same thing with Gale of Darkness. When you first find that guy in the city in Gaytown Port, you know, you're just like, oh yeah, like, yeah, this is the big villain. There it is. You like, there's no secrecy behind it. There's no guessing. There's no like plot twist. Like, you already know. And then you go, like, the dialogue is super stale. With the exception of Dr. Kumawaki, the guy that invents the things that are useless. I think that's some of the best pieces of dialogue I've seen in a game ever. I'm gonna be honest with you. I find that type of humor hilarious. I think that was some of the best dialogue I've ever seen in a game. Is just watching, like, having the Choto, the little assistant, the doctor's assistant, and he has like all these useless gadgets that nobody wants. I thought that was hilarious. As far as depth of the characters, I mean, genericism is your best friend with that game, right? And I'm not saying that you don't have your quirky characters, like the girl with the pigtails and the dude that looks like a frog, and, you know, the two assistants from the guy, like the two assistants, the red-haired guy and the blue-haired guy. I'm not saying there's no personality there. I'm saying that it's so little that it just, like, it felt like I was going through the game because I just wanted to level up my Pokemon, not because I'm experiencing the narrative. I'm talking about narrative as a person who plays Final Fantasy, a person who loves narrative-driven games, right? I thought the narrative sucked. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it sucked. There was nothing really about it that screamed to me about anything. I thought the narrative with the first one with Colosseum, I thought was a little bit more interesting, where he steals the thing. He's an outlaw kind of kid. Like, there's a reason to like the main character. He's an outlaw. He's out there. He's trying to bring these dudes back down or something. Like, our character is just like a kid who's good at battling. Like, there's no backstory. He's not cool in any specific way. There's nothing about him that makes him interesting. Like, at first he has his sister that kind of gives him a little personality, a little je ne sais quoi, but then the sister gets shoehorned out of the story out of the blue. She's not even a part of it. Then you're just you. And then another thing that kills that game is that you're going to the same location. That is good and it is bad. It's cool that you go to the same locations you did in Colosseum, and I loved that. I just didn't like that that's all that it was, with a few exceptions. Which is, you got Gayton Port, you got the Professor's Lab, you got the ship area, you go back to the Team Snag'em, you got the new Team Cypher's location and all that. Like, yeah, all those things are cool, but they're not significant in any way. There's nothing separating that game from Colosseum in a way that would make me think, oh, this is a new game. Not this. It felt like Colosseum 2.0 with a few changes and a few new areas that are not very relevant as it is, right? With more battling. So, does that mean I hate it? Does that mean I didn't like it? No, I'm not saying I didn't like it. I'm saying it didn't stand out to me in specific ways like Colosseum did. You say, how can you say that? Because Colosseum, if it's the same thing, how do you like one and not the other? Because it was a first experience with Colosseum. There isn't much of an expectation there, and the expectation that was there wasn't ruined too much. So at a personal level, this is talking at a personal level, I thought that the story of Colosseum was more convincing, more interesting. The characters seemed to be more convincing and more interesting. The plot drive seemed to be, there was more of a mystery to it, even though it wasn't crazy mystery. Also, you have the novelty of seeing new towns that you don't know what you're gonna see, right? Like everything was new from that scrap town. From the, yeah, Mirror B has a lot of personality. 100%. Mirror B has a lot of personality. If you have any requests in the private PO box, let me know. Absolutely. Honestly, I think Pokemon has not improved much until now. Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with that statement. I don't think Pokemon has improved much. I don't think they have a need to improve. Like, you want something to improve, like, give them a reason to fight for it, you know? It's the same thing with, you know, even in your human connections and things that you do, like, you know, like, they don't have a reason to improve. That's it. They have nothing to lose. They're winning. We don't need to improve. We're winning. Mirror B is awesome. Yes, he is. That's not to say I didn't like Gale of Darkness. I don't want people to take that from what I'm saying. It is true. I enjoyed the game, and I enjoyed the Pokemon that I caught. I enjoyed the moments I had with it. But for the most part, I found all locations to be very boring. The puzzles were like 2-year-old level puzzles. Not interesting at all. The locations were, like I said, some of the locations were boring as hell. And like the new locations, specifically in Gale of Darkness, I just didn't feel it too much. But I still enjoy a good Pokemon experience. I still think it's a game that is worth existing and it's worth experiencing to some degree. If I had to recommend, I would recommend Colosseum over Gale of Darkness, personally. That's my honest opinion. I'll put my best game made, resources at different companies. Yeah, I don't know what stick they have up their butts. I don't know what stick they have up their butts not to give like Pokemon to something like Capcom, or allow Capcom to work on it or something, like, which they, I think, isn't there a Pokemon game with that Capcom worked on? Am I crazy? I'm crazy. Yeah, there was the Pokemon Frontiers, or the strategy game, Pokemon Conquest? Conquerors? Didn't Capcom work on that? Pokemon Remake Yellow, outsourced. Arceus is outsourced. Yeah, Pokopia outsourced. And that's when you get the best games. Why? Because you're not stuck to the formula that Game Freak just can't, like, frickin' detach themselves from. I think the solution for Pokemon is outsource it to something like Monolith Soft. Monolith Soft. The people, what was the name? The people that did, Xenoblade. I think they would be a great company to take care of it. Whoops. Game Freak doesn't want it. They can be amazing games, they just won't. I mean, I don't think, I'm past excusing them, like, right? There's still apologists. There's Game Freak apologists out there. Not to be a stick in the mud and just, like, point out people and be... But I just can't support this type of behavior anymore, you know? You're offering a service. You're the richest company in the world in terms of gaming. You're like one of the most... You're the most famous franchise in the world. And you deliver slop every single time. I mean, I have no respect for that. I don't think people should have respect for that. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And you just deliver slop. That's like That's like going to a restaurant. That's like that's like going to a restaurant because there's a 10 Michelin star like freaking restaurant their chef, and you want to eat their food, but they end up having the cafeteria lady make your food. You know, it's like that's what you have the best in the world, and you're giving me cafeteria food. Like, you know, that's kind of like what it feels like. You love the newest Pokemon game? Yo, Kink, what's going on? Yes, I do. I did love, but that was outsourced as well. Hmm. I did love the newest Pokemon game. I did like Pokemon Legends ZA. I see the problems in it, but I liked it more than I didn't. I put it that way. I liked it way more than I didn't. Is a way more positive experience than negative. The thing that really turned me away from ZA was the online is only for a four-way battle. That's what really pushed me away from the game. Because the longevity of the game was completely dependent on online combat systems, and with for me, what was gonna keep me, like, of course the first month or so I'm gonna be hooked on the game because it's a brand new Pokemon title. Sure. But once that magic dies, I'm gonna stick to the online. The online is what's gonna give me that longevity with that game. And I didn't get a good online, so the longevity with that game died with me. You know, other than shiny hunting and stuff like that, which I do for the sakes of streaming, not for the sake of like personal gratification. To some degree, personal gratification, but mostly for content. I won't say there's no personal gratification at all, because there is. But let's put it to these terms. If I didn't stream, I wouldn't be shiny hunting in that game. You know? So yes, I do get a degree of self-gratification, but it's mostly for content that I shiny hunt. Right? Like this here, I would not do this unless I streamed it. I would never sit there and just reset this time and time and time and time and time again like I've been doing. 1,430 times to be more precise. Like, I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't do it. Do I get personal gratification if I catch the shiny? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I feel proud of myself. Hell yeah, I'm glad I did it at that point. Right? But I wouldn't do it unless I was live. That's just the point I'm making. So yeah, like, so all of this to say that yes, shiny hunting does not give a Pokemon game longevity for me, unless I'm going live, which I am. It's the condition, you know, it's the context of my life, so it works out just fine. You know, it's a symbiotic, it's good, so it works out in that sense. But were I not live, yeah, hell no. The game would die there the minute I caught all the Pokemon, got the shiny charm, and that's it. The game would die for me, especially if there's no online connectivity, right? Which is the case with this Pokemon game. It is also the case with Legends ZA, which only has one format of battle, which annoys the crap out of me and frustrates me, because that style of battle can be fun, but it encourages people to be slimy, and like, it encourages people to be opportunistic and just wait for a chance to get a last hit in. And I don't think that's I think that's fun if you play it once or twice. I don't think it's fun that it's the only mode you have of playing. Especially with the possibilities that fighting system has, that combat system has, right? Especially for one-on-one battles, or even double battles. They could have made it work, but they chose not to, so. It's completely a choice. Don't tell me they don't have the technology, don't tell me they didn't know how to program it. I'm getting mad. I can't talk about this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up because it boils my blood that they have all the tools to do it, and they choose not to do it. It's oh my god. I can't. I stopped the online because of the rampant cheating. Oh yeah, there's also cheating, right? Which I've never done personally, but I just got tired of it because there's no, I don't know, like, it took the merit. Like, for me, competing, I love competing, but only in a fair environment. Like, if I'm competing in an environment where I have to be a weasel to win, I don't like that. Like, I'm more of a, like, old school, let's get face to face, man to man, fair fight, no gimmicks, no crap. Let's get to it. Like you and I, let's see who practiced more, who came out with the most knowledge, who came out with the most experience, who came out with the better skills. Let's test this out right here. I love that. I absolutely love that competitive aspect of things. But when you add like Weasley techniques like that, like where you're rewarding people like hitting you in the back when you're distracted fighting someone else, there's nothing competitive about that. It's just about being like who's the greatest weasel here. You know what I mean? I absolutely hate that. And so even though I do enjoy it to some degree because there's a battle aspect of it, there's an online battle, you're not fighting a CPU, you're fighting a real person. There's a magic in that, and I love that, and I support that, and I hope it was more. But the fact that, you know, it's like it promotes you having to fight a person in a non-direct way, in a roundabout way, I dislike that. Maybe that's why I like Smash so much. It's like, you and I, you got your skills, I got my skills. Let's see whose skills are better. Period. That's it. There's no randomness. There's no dude sneaking behind you. Just skill. A little bit of luck is part of it, but you can't remove luck from everything. Yep. Sometimes a little bit of luck plays out in the Smash games. A little bit of luck here and there. Sometimes you miss someone by a frame. You know? Sometimes they SD. A little bit of luck for you. It happens. But it's a minor level of luck. It's not a luck-defining game. It's not defining of the game. It is it's not a feature, it's more like a bug. Yeah, but Pokemon games are... I don't know when Pokemon is going to end. But I don't see a world where Pokemon ends. I don't see how it can. I don't see a world where Pokemon ends without the world itself ending. I see Pokemon ending if we have an apocalyptic event. I see it ending. You know? You know, how do you convince millions of people that their nostalgia is no longer real? The way Pokemon ends is if you cycle through regenerations enough that nostalgia dies. That's how Pokemon ends. Meaning, how do you feel about Palworld's new farming game? I'm not sure about a new farming game. What do you mean about that? So I can give you a proper answer. New farming game? Could you be a little specific? Excuse my ignorance. By the way, thank you for being here, Kink. I appreciate you, dude. I hope you've been well, man. It's been a while since I've seen you. They're making Pal Farm. Have you not seen the trailer? No. But Palworld already has farming, no? Eh? Eh? So a specific farming game for Palworld? It depends on what kind of game it is. No, I get the genre, it's a farming game, but it depends on how style it plays, right? Like I don't know, I haven't seen it, so I don't know at all what it could look like. Oh, this is going full out sim build. Okay, what in terms of graphics, what are we looking at? Is it a top-down view like Stardew Valley style game? Is it with the graphics of Palworld, but it's just focused on, you know? Is it the same style of game as Palworld is? Let me look at this for myself. Let me look at this for myself, because you got me wondering. You got me questioning. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch it. Oh, it's not showing up. I put Pal World Farming. Oh, Pal Farm. There we go. Pal Farm. I found it. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Okay, so it looks just like Pal World. I'm watching it right now. I don't have sound because... Have you found it yet? Not yet. The bunny with the chainsaw? What the fudge? Okay, I watched it. I think this is a stroke of genius on first impression. I think this is a stroke of genius. I think this is the right way to go. It's relevant to the age and day that we live in. It is. They seem to have gotten the basics correct. They seem to. The graphics are beautiful, and that. I mean, I know that's not great. I pay attention to that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people don't care too much. It looks amazing. It looks amazing on first look. It's going to completely depend on how much you can do and how much the game expends beyond just your normal tropes. Because there's a lot of competition. I think it's a stroke of genius to pivot to more of that, like the more of farming sim. I think it's a stroke of genius. Yeah. I think this is a great idea. You trust them after the first game? Yeah, maybe that's why I have a sense of, like, I'm not too concerned this is going to do bad, because I feel like they've already proven themselves, so to speak. And I think this will get them enough away from Nintendo, too. And that whole stain on Pal World with the whole, like, we can't really make the game we want because this bigger company is bullying us. You know? I think this will put them in their own category enough that it'll allow them from to remove that stain from Pal World and move it to its own, and still use the fame that they've gathered to put it into a casual game, which could bring new people in. I think this is a stroke of genius. I really do. On first opinion, I mean, it's gonna entirely depend on how much the game is gonna offer when it's coming out. This was 8 months ago? Holy shit. Wait, when is this game coming out? This was 8 months ago? What the fudge? 8 months ago. Holy, that was before Christmas. I did not know about this. To be honest with you, I enjoyed Pal World a lot. It was a successful game with successful features. I did think that Pal World was a bit brazen with the copying of some of the monsters. I thought it was a bit too brazen, like the Cinderace and Verdash and stuff like that. Some of the mons were too close to Pokemon for my taste. I thought, like, it's okay to take inspiration. It's okay to take inspiration, I agree, but like if you get so close that literally feels like you just didn't even put any creativity into it, I think it was a bit too much. I don't think they should have gotten sued over it, and I don't think it was enough for them to shut down the game and Nintendo to get all butthurt about it. So I don't take Nintendo's side on this. I think Pal World is free to do as it pleases, so long as it's not directly copying the Pokemon itself. It's not a copyright infringement. It's not illegal to take inspiration from things. But to my personal taste, I did think it was a bit too close. A little too close, a little lacking a little bit of creativity there. And I'm just talking about one or two examples of pals, okay? I'm not talking about every single one. But that's like the only issue I had with it in terms of like my personal opinion. I didn't think the game was Pokemon in any way. It felt like its own game. Yes, it has Pokemon features like throwing a ball to capture a monster. But the fact that it had guns and missiles and freaking... that was awesome. The fact that you can ride the pals and interact with them in different ways, that you have them working for you, that you can build a house and there's like a building feature, and then you can build a farm and do all the things. I thought that was fantastic. I thought the game was fantastic, and it shows by the sales you had. Like at some point you had like 3 million people, and its peak, I believe it was 3 to 4 million people playing it at the same time, live users. I don't know what you think a lot of people is, but that is like record breaking. Probably not, but almost. I don't have enough information to say that is record breaking or not, but I do know that 3 to 4 million people, active players, at one time on Steam, is, you've gone viral. That is viral, right? That is viral. Any famous game nowadays might have like 700,000, maybe 500,000 people playing at that point in time. To have 3 to 4 million or 2 million, I forget which one it was. Like even 2 million is a lot. It's ridiculous. And wasn't it on Game Pass too, or am I imagining things? I don't remember if it was on Game Pass, but this is looking good. I like it. I like what they did with it. I love the visuals of the game. I like the idea behind it. Yeah. I think this is great. This is a great way to use their IP. Absolutely. You kind of went the Pokopia route, right? I think Pokemon doing Pokopia was the correct answer too. I didn't think I needed that. I didn't see that I needed it. But I needed it, and when I found it, I wanted it, right? So Pokopia, I think, was a stroke of genius too. It really depends. You could have a good idea and not execute it well, right? Like for example, this is true with manga. Manga, this happens a lot, where you have a good first chapter where the idea is great, but the way they develop the idea or explore the idea becomes uninteresting. This happens a lot, and a lot of mangas get canceled over that. Just happens. Well, the initial premise is very interesting, but the way that they drive the story just kind of ruins it. Looking forward to the Fable and Pair of Lives this year. Not sure what else. I hope Witchbrook comes out. Yeah, Witchbrook, I'm very interested in Witchbrook too. Yeah, Witchbrook got delayed. Last I heard, it was supposed to come out at the end of 2025, right? Yeah, I believe it was supposed to come out early 2026, end of 2025. And they completely delayed it because they didn't feel the game was up to par with what they wanted to deliver, and they wanted to add more. I mean, all the power to them, but I actually was interested, and I'm still interested in Witchbrook. But there's no release date right now. That last time I checked, at least. No prospect and release date. Probably somewhere in 2027, maybe. They were Wardia was too similar to Stardew Valley and removed all combat, allegedly. They removed all combat? I don't think that was a good idea if they did that. So you're learning spells, but you don't get to fight? Like, what? That sounds unwise. Dude, you can't just learn spells and not use them for combat. Like, that's... I hope it's just a bad rumor. That's not a good idea, in my opinion. I don't know, man. That sounds pretty, damning right there. Dun, dun, dun. God dang it, you, man. Oh, by the way, I got the replay buffer going. I got that replay buffer going right now. I found a way to fix it. So, thank you. Yeah, I fixed it a while ago. So I've been able to get more clips out. I don't know if you've been paying attention to my channel, but I've been dropping a few shorts lately. And, yeah. Did we help somehow? Yeah, it helped a lot. Yeah, it helped it out a lot. It turns out that I had my settings too high, and I was using my I don't remember if I was using my CPU or my hardware, so my GPU. But it was one of those, and I had to switch it out, and it's on right now. Are we lagging at all right now? Oh, we are lagging a little bit. That might be because I have too many things open. Are we lagging right now? Yeah, we are lagging a little bit, aren't we? No lag for me? No choppiness at all? You don't see any choppiness? No choppiness whatsoever, you say. Nope, no choppiness. Okay, well. You had a little bit of chop? Yeah. So it still gives it, I just have to lower the settings a little bit more, probably. And I think it has to do with how much my computer is doing at one time. Are we seeing some choppiness? Wait, was that shiny? Oh, fudge, I hope that wasn't shiny. I didn't even look and I reset it. Oh, fudge, I hope that wasn't. It was not. Holy shoot, I hope I didn't shoot myself in the foot there. Let me know if you see any more choppiness, Microwave. Please, if you see any choppiness, just like literally let me know. Please, if you're looking. Thankfully, it didn't seem like it was a shiny. Oh, is it chopping? Okay, how about now? Let me know now. I don't see it on my end. Chopping away? I wonder why. It wasn't doing it the other day. What the hell? It literally was not doing it the other day. Maybe it's because maybe it's when I'm live on both fronts. Oh, it could be if I'm dual streaming. Because that seems to be the case. Oh, if I'm dual streaming, it's replay buffering 2 streams, not just 1. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, we're good because I just turned it off. Yeah, I just turned it off. You guys are just joining us on the stream. You mind hitting that like button for me? Welcome to the stream. I am Frosty. We are currently hunting for Deoxys. We are on our 1,474th reset, and welcome on in. Did you see my short there, Magma? You seen my shorts? Not my actual short, my YouTube shorts. Yeah, back to normal. Yeah, so it's double streaming. I get it. So it's so if I'm live on horizontal and vertical, that's when it chops. If I'm just horizontal and I turn it on, it doesn't chop. So basically, my computer does not have the power to process it, but I could turn into. I think I'm using my CPU. I'm gonna try using my graphics card. It might be. I might be able to do it with my graphics card. I mean, I have a 3060 Ti, so I should be able to handle it. So no chop now. Yeah, we were having a little bit of chop. Oh, I see the choppiness. Yeah. We are good now. $14.78. Oh my goodness. I'd like to see a region variance of the starters. That'd be cool. When Pokemon introduced the region variants and with Alola, I think that's the like most genius thing they've ever done for the series. That's so smart, so relevant, so interesting to get a new take on Pokemon you already know. I think it's one of the smartest things they ever did. It'd be cool to see a Pokemon game where you actually go into outer space, explore other... Maybe Generation 15 we'll get to something like that where we explore other planets, like... I don't know, like Dead Space style. I don't know, Dead Space is not, but... Death Stranding style, I guess. Like Metroid style, you just go to different planets with weird different Pokemon. Like I really thought they really went brazen with Alola. Alolan was very brazen, right? I think Alola was kind of like we need to change some stuff phase, right? Like they did away with gym leaders. They added like rideable Pokemon to some degree. Like they changed the way you fly around. Like you don't just go into your bag and you're like, use fly. No, now you have like a Charizard that you get on, whatever. Now you can break rocks by riding a Taurus and a Machamp to break, I don't know, move stuff around. Smart. They also brought Totem Pokemon, which I mean, sure. But then the Ultra Beasts and the region variants. Right? Ultra Beasts and region variants, right? Ultra Beasts are crazy enough that they feel like they come from the Twilight Zone, like the Upside Down. And then you have the region variants, which are familiar enough but new enough, right? So it's a great, like, exaggerated new mixed with a familiar new, right? Like a crazy brand new mixed with a familiar brand new, which I think it's like a little sweet and a savory, right? It's like having a little bit of salt in your chocolate. You know, I thought that was a great move by them, and the fact that, I don't know, I think they did Hawaii justice. I mean, they were super They went in ultra hard with the Hawaiian vibes, right? They nailed the culture, even with, like, you know, the totem Pokemon aspect of it. Sounds good, Microwave. I'm just gonna be yapping for another hour or so before we leave. Actually, maybe another 15 minutes. Oh boy. Magma, you want to hang out tonight or what? Oh, it's too late for you? If you want to hang out, we could hang out for a little bit. We were supposed to hang out last night, but I went live for too long. I ended up... Keep an eye out for my Miis in the Discord. For your Miis. Ha! What the heck? Chardonnite? You think it's gonna be shiny at exactly 1500? Well, we'll see. Trust. If you get that right, man, I want you to tell me. I want you to play on the lotto with me. You and I are gonna buy a lotto ticket if you get that right. We're gonna go straight to a 7-Eleven. Friggin' AM PM. We're gonna buy a lotto ticket. First thing we do. Some people got it at 4,000, some people got it at 2,000, so we'll see. I personally think we'll get it. I say we'll get it at around 4,000. That's my guess. Somewhere in the 4,000s. Mm-hmm. 1,500. We're 10 away. We'll see. Yeah, buy the latest meme coin. If you guess this, man, you got a gift. The odds are astronomical. You can guess this. You could guess anything. Bum, bum. Our odds are 1 in 8,000 some, so. What you gonna do about that? You know what I mean? What you gonna do about that? But you gotta do is waste your life repeating the same thing over and over. That's what you gotta do. 93. You know what the shame is? We don't get to listen to the battle music. I'd love to listen to the battle music even a little bit. But due to the resets, I'm not gonna wait extra time just to hear the music a little bit. I wish it would start sooner so we could get a... Before I have to reset, we could hear the music. It's so hype. I love the music for Deoxys fight. Wait a minute. Was Deoxys in Pokemon Emerald? Could you get Deoxys in Pokemon Emerald? No, right? You couldn't get Deoxys in Pokemon Emerald, could you? It's not it. So the only way you could get Deoxys is... this? No, you can get Deoxys in other games, right? Victini is the only legendary Pokemon I've never owned. I've never had a Victini, like official. Never caught a Victini. I think Victini is the rarest Pokemon to get. Meloetta, we just got Pokemon Legends ZA where we got Meloetta. And Scarlet and Violet also gave away a shiny Meloetta, which we have. We still gotta get shiny Volcanion. We gotta get back into that. Yeah, I gotta get that shiny Volcanion. One more, man. You better be right about this. This is it. This is it. Oh, hey, Lady Null. This is gonna be it. I like the confidence, man, but I'm not so sure. I do love the confidence. I love the confidence, though. I am extremely not sure, though. And... ooh. Yeah, don't play in the lotto. Don't play in the lotto. Hey, I'll give it to you if we do it in the 1500s. So if we do it within the 1500s, so anywhere from now to 1600, if we do it within there, I'll give it to you. I'll give you the credit. Here's my life savings. Well, if you want to bet on something, shiny hunting is not a good bet to make. You got 99 more tries. How are you, Lady Null? How are you doing? Tell me about your day. $1,503. Here we go. Ah, doing good, Lady Null. Thank you for asking. I don't know which chat you're on. I got 3 chats going on right now. You're on the shorts side. Gotcha. That's Jinxie girl. Jinx is actually pretty good in this game. She has a decent special attack. She gets Ice Punch. Like level 30 some, I think. Land says 1600. Oof. We'll see. I say we're gonna get it in the 4000s. I say 4000s. If we go anywhere past 5000, or I wouldn't say, like, if we go anywhere past 8000, I might start to think about giving up. Nothing too special? Really? Nothing at all, huh? What'd you have for dinner? Or lunch? Mm-hmm. You're guessing 1990? Imagine, dude. That would be destiny. That would be destiny, dude. Microwave says 2,247. Tell you what. Truly says... Tell you what, let's do this. Wait a second. Give me a second. I just want to do something cool here for you guys. Anyone else want to drop a bet? Sarah's gonna drop a 1543. Dang, Sarah, you want to go to the future a little bit? You don't want to go to the future a little bit? You got a new bet? I'll tell you what. If anyone that bets, I'll tell you what. Anyone that bets and is in the vicinity of like 20, let's say 20. Let's say in the 100 vicinity. I'll do a little gift, like a $10 gift card or something. Or maybe a game, like a $30 game or something like that. I don't know, I'll have to think about it, but I'll give you a prize. Anyone that is in the 100, like if your number is anywhere within 100 range. So for example, if you pick 1854 like Lan, if you get 1954, you win. If you get like 1754, you win. Anywhere in between there, you win. How about that? That might be really generous. Who are we shiny hunting? A Deoxys. Alright, let's put Lan up here. Lan says 1854, right? 1543, Sarah. Let's go, Sarah. That is too close. That is too close. Sarah, 1543, Sarah. Then we have Lan is with, let me see. 1850, what? Wait a minute. 1854, okay. So 1854 for Lan. Alright, let's see it. You guys might get it. Somebody can get her. She's dancing with... You want to stick to that? You want to stick to that? Okay. Anyone else had a bet? 1543. Anyone else want to put a bet in? So you're saying we're getting it tonight, Sarah. So Sarah is saying we get this tonight, is what Sarah's saying. One more hour left for my shift. Good luck with your shift, man. Can be annoying to go to work and... None of that Price is Right stuff. Wait, you don't want the Price is Right stuff? You want, like, full-on odds you guess the number? You're a wild man. No, hell no, you won't guess it. Hell no, you won't guess it. I mean, going like one over someone else, or... Oh. Mm, like, are you saying like the range? Like I gave it 100 range, so people guess 1500. They get a range from 1400 to 1600. You know, mm, because it's so unlikely you're gonna guess it anyways. The exact number. So, is that what you're referring to? Oh, that, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that Price is Right. Oh, yeah, they do that. They do that in Price is Right. Oh, yeah, they do that. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I just picked up on what you're selling. Yeah. I just picked up what you're dropping. Mm-hmm. Jaco. Jaco's watching YouTube on your Switch? Mother fluffer? You ever heard of a computer? Your phone? It's probably the worst experience as it goes as far as watching YouTube would be on your Switch. God dang. Brother needs to get a phone. What do we got here? Jack Nicholson. One more added, boys. We're at 15-17, boys and girls. 15-17. Holy jelly bean. Holy mean green lean machine. What do we got here? And we got, let's see. Oh. You guessed it. We got nothing. Nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it. I was watching, like, I've been watching a lot of languages videos, right, on YouTube because I'm learning a few languages. And my algorithm directed me to, like, English lessons for some reason. And I went down the rabbit hole. I was like, I want to see how people, like, teach English, right? You know, because, you know. So I go down that rabbit hole and I'm like, how do people teach English? And it's so funny to see, like, people explaining how, like, they say in America, you know how when you pronounce something in English, American English, you kind of say things like fast, like, what do you want to know? That you don't say, what do you want to know, right? You say, what do you want to know? You know? Like, and there's people teaching that. I just thought it was hilarious. It's like, if you want to sound like you're a native English speaker, don't say, what do you want to know? Say, what do you want to know? You know? And I like watching that. It's like when they teach stuff like that, it's cool. You don't want to say, what are you doing? You say, what are you doing? It's like, I thought it was funny, those videos. I mean, they're not wrong. Like, if you want to sound like, it's like they're teaching people to sound more native, right? To sound like they're native speakers, right? Like, if someone is talking to you and they're pronouncing every single syllable, like, it doesn't sound very native when you're like, do you want to go to the concert with me? Like, it sounds robotic, right? Like, it's not incorrect. It's correct grammar. You're not incorrect, but no one's gonna think like you speak English normally, right? Like, they're gonna think that you're learning English, even if you don't have an accent. You don't say bottle of water. You say a bowl of water. Well, but that's in the UK, right? That's different. In the UK, man, those guys are crazy out there. Where's Rasputin? What video were you on, Sarah? You were all alone in the other video. Oh, you were on the shorts? Yeah, I got shorts and horizontal and Twitch going. Like, I kind of gave up the shorts version just because for some time, like, it doubles my workload. But I'm like, dude, why are you being such a wuss? Like, who cares, man? Don't be a wuss, man. Put in the work. It's worth it, dude. Like, put in the work, man. Stop being a wuss, you know? And I just like, yeah, just put in the work, man. Who cares? That's just England. The UK is made up of four Yeah, I know. I know. England, Wales, Scotland. I mean, you say a bottle of water, don't you? You say a bottle of water. You don't say a bottle of water, microwave? How do you say it? I don't remember your accent anymore. I've heard it once in that one voice call when we were all hanging out. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I don't remember. I don't exactly remember your accent, though. Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. Be strong. Oh, microwave. I was asking you, how do you pronounce a bottle of water? How do you pronounce it then? A bottle of water? And is it a bottle of water? A bottle of water. That can't be right now, can it? It cannot be right. A botella of water. Micro is Scottish. Oh, she's Scottish. Oh, I don't. Don't I know that? Don't I know that? She picks her arse. She picks her fights in her arse. A bottle of water. She would say it like that. Do you want to see me kilt? You ever seen a dude with a kilt? There you go. There you go. Roll them R's. You sound like a pirate. They can take our lives, but they cannot take our freedom. I need work. What's a Scottish expression that only the Scottish use? What's like an expression? What's like an expression you use? Only the Scottish people. Right? Oh, you're fixing to look at my dredge. The fuck? You wanna see my dredge, boy? The fuck is a dredge? Is that 3? It sounds like a German 3. There's no way, right? Is that some kind of beer, maybe? I don't even think I've helped natives. Stop looking up my kilt, Sarah. You're not wearing a kilt. You're wearing a skirt. I would wear a kilt. You would wear a skirt. It's pronounced dreeg. Haha. It means wet gray weather. It means wet, gray and gray weather. So damp gray weather, dreek. It's looking rather dreek tonight. Stop. I would never look up at your kilt. I would Just ask you to lift it up for me. That's the one. Ah. Are you feeling Drake tonight? Oh, shiz. Are you feeling Drake tonight? How bad is that? How bad is that? That's really bad, isn't it? It's probably. Are you feeling gray tonight? Right? Are you feeling gray? Right? They use the word Egypt. No, we don't use Egypt. Egypt. What? Egypt? We use Egypt. Not Egypt. Egypt in here? Egypt? Idiot. That's just a funny way of saying idiot, Egypt. You're an idiot. Are you saying I'm an idiot, lass? Are you? You're saying I'm an idiot. Oh, you are you? It hits harder. So idiot is like super idiot, like more offensive. It's like more offensive than idiot. Is it more of an endearing term, like oh, you're silly, or is it more like nah, you're like stupid, bruh? Like you're like actually stupid. Like which one is it? Like idiot? I don't know. I know Egypt, I know fidget, but that's it. It can be both. So it's kind of like bless your heart in America. If you're using it like in South Carolina, you're saying bless your heart. You're saying like, you're a dimwit type of thing. But if you say it more in the South, I don't know about the South, but I know for some people, it doesn't mean like, oh, you're stupid. It just means like, oh, bless you, you're cute, you know? But I guess it depends on where you're from. Bonnie, Baltic is freezing cold. The Baltic is freezing cold, boys. Onward, lads. Onto the Bonnie with the Drake, with an idiot. Me and my idiot friend are gonna go out in the Drake with some Bonnie girls. With this Bonnie girl and a kilt. It has to be a kilt. Crabbit, Grumpy. My girlfriend is Crabbit. Crabbit Bonnie. Crabbit Bonnie. She could be a little aged too. Rate my accent. Rate my accent. How was that? Perfect or perfect? Try your best. Oh man, we're dead meat. No, at least we get to hear them. Sorry, I got a message. Northern Australian. Australian, they talk like this. So I'm Australian from Melbourne. Well, I'm looking to start a business. Is you looking to go with me? Alright. You took my car. You took my car. Alright, easy, mate. Easy. So you don't want this problem? Easy, mate. You don't want to take my car. I don't know, man. It's hard. I'm not good at accents. With not very good. No, I'm not very good. Nah, yeah. Sounds good to me. Really? Does it sound good? Skint means you have no money. Your house is a gaff. Bandpot is a great one. If you're a skint, how you gonna buy a gaff? You idiot. If you're a skint, you can't buy a gaff now, can you? Ugh. Yeah, idiot. You're lucky you're bonny. You're lucky you're bonny in this Greek day. Yeah, bandpot. Microwave knows. I'm nailing it. I'm nailing it. Sarah, I'm nailing it. Sarah, you know. Frosty, you're a wee dafty. A wee dafty. Does that mean I'm farting? There's a draft in my bum bum. Is that what that means? Because a wee is a pee, right? When you wee, you pee, right? I want to go wee. I feel that countries have ridiculous slang from their kids too. Ridiculous slang. I mean, I'm sure. I know Japanese, I've been learning recently, has quite a bit of slang. Like gachi. When you say gachi de, you mean like for real? But like older people, that's like more... there's a lot, they use a lot of slang when texting. It's more when texting. I feel other countries have the, yeah, like every country has slang. Like it's just, kids just, it's a normal thing. The Portuguese has slang as fudge. Portuguese has a lot of slang, and adults use a lot of slang. It's not just, yeah, there is some slang for kids too in Portuguese. Like younger dudes, women, yeah. But a lot of the Portuguese slang, a lot of adults use too. You don't know what they say now? Like skibbity toilet, and 6'7", and what? You know. Stuff like that. So dumb. Well, it was dumb when we were saying stuff too. Our parents probably thought it was dumb. Bogging means disgusting. Buggin. Some of ours isn't slang, it's from our Gaelic language. Uh-huh. It's just not as used. It's just not used as much now, right? Because the Gaelic is kind of gone, yeah. I won't go down with this ship. Is that won't put? What if we had like? What if people sang with accents? 'Cause I won't go down with this ship, and I won't put my hands up and surrender. There will be no white flag above my trailer. 'Cause I'm in love, not always will be. People do sing, well, it's kind of cool, the 1543 rip. Sorry. Try again. Say, well, you still have until 1643, so you can still get it. Yo, Crystal with 27 months. Crystal, didn't I see you at Chaos? Didn't I see you at Chaos's stream? Weren't you there, Crystal? You guys don't know the beautiful Crystal. She is amazing. She smells of roses and jasmine. You watch her streams? Yeah. Yeah, I saw you there. I was like, oh, that's Crystal, isn't it? 'Cause I won't go down with this ship. That I won't put my hands up and surrender. There will be no white flag above my door. 'Cause I'm in love. Ways will be. I love the low octave singing. Baby, lock them doors and turn them lights down low. I've got a feeling in. No. How are you? Oh, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Doing good, you know, sitting in my butt starting to hurt a little bit. But I'm doing good. It's good to see you, Crystal. All the accents. I don't know how to sing in an Australian accent. It'd be like, there was a snake in my backyard. I always go to country. I can't do anything else. There was a snake in my backyard. No. Dang, it's really hard. You guys try it. It's stupid hard. But I'd have to practice it. It's alright. It's alright. How was your day today, Crystal? I can sing in a British accent or maybe Southern, but Southern is hard for me. Aren't you a Southern gal, Crystal? I thought you were a Southern gal. You're not a Southern gal? Why did I think that? No? Ah. No, I thought you were a Southern gal. I don't know. When did I pick up that idea? Honestly, I don't know. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Bum 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 bum. Catch them is my real test. Train them is my cause. I will travel around the world, searching far and wide. These Pokemon to all understand the power that's inside. Oh, Pokemon, our heart's so true. All courage will pull us through. And you'll teach me and I'll teach you about the Pokemon. You've gotta catch 'em all. Dun, da, da, da. Midwest? Ah, Tennessee. Oh, Tennessee whiskey song. La 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 la. 'Cause you're as smooth. It's Tennessee whiskey. It's Tennessee whiskey. Yes, strawberry wine. I forget the song, but it's an old one. So you're as smooth. It's Tennessee whiskey. I like that one where it's like da da da. And he's so na 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 na. Na 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 na. He put that bottle to his head and pulled the trigger. It finally unaware memory. They found him in the I don't remember the The angel sang a whiskey lullaby. La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm obviously not a singer. Who knows this Japanese song? No one? Oh my goodness. We need to educate y'all. We need to educate y'all in the art of anime music. Dun da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun dun. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Don't cry, 'cause it's alright. Don't try, 'cause it's alright. Don't cry, 'cause you will hate yourself in the end. No one? Really? No one? No one knows that song? Holy moly goly. That's a good one. Don't cry, 'cause it's alright. Nope. Huh. How about this one? You guys gotta know this one. You've given me so many things lately. You're all I need. Oh, oh. You smiled at me, and then don't wanna love you. But does that mean I have to meet your father when we are only in watching? When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way. No? No? No one? No one? Oh my god. No one? Really, no one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have uncultured chat tonight. Musically uncultured chat. Oh boy. Some of the greatest songs in the history of gaming right here. Some of the greatest songs in the history of gaming. How about this one? Who can name this one? Wait. Duh. Okay, we have to start. Okay, we have to start with the obvious then. Okay, we're getting somewhere. How about this one then? Come on, man, come on, man, give me some. Bro, we got a bro. You gotta know that, truly. You gotta know. Lord? No, it's not Lord. What? What was the one before? Oh, you don't know the one before? Ah. dun, da da da. Game of Thrones before. No, it wasn't Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is dun dun da da 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 dun dun. You recognize it? It's the Temple of Time from The Legend of Zelda. No, it's not the Temple of Time, it's the Song of Time from The Legend of Zelda. The second one was Halo. Oh, no, that's Temple of. Oh, that's Halo. I thought it was Zelda was meant to be an anime, so it was throwing me off. No, these are game music. Game music. Game music, for example. What about this one? Really? 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 I thought it was Zelda, I thought it was meant to be anime, so it was wrong. Oh, right, I read that. Dude, we gotta play Halo. That's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the old Halo. Hell yeah, we're gonna do that. That's a great idea. No one knows that one? That is Mega Man. What about this one? Dun 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 Oh, that's an obvious one. What about this one? No one? No one knows that one, I guess. I thought that was it's pink. Yeah, it's pink. So it is old Mario. It's not the Pink Panther. That is dun 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 dun. Wait, how does the old Panther go? Da dun da dun. Da dun da dun. Da dun da dun. Da dun. Da dun da dun. Da dun da dun. Da dun. Da dun da dun da dun da dun da dun. Da dun da dun dun. Na 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 na. That is the Pink Panther, yeah. Yeah, you know your song. It is Mario 3, the first one was Mario World, and the second one was Mario 3. You guys are leaving me in the you guys are leaving me in the docks here. I'm so disappointed with you guys' video game knowledge. You sang that one 1 year for our Spring Swing show? What about Mario 2? Dun, 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 dun. I do remember it. Is that Mario 2? I don't even. This guy. Yes, that's Mario 2. Is that Mario DS? Yeah, it is. I was talking about the Pink Panda. No, I get it. Okay, one more. One more. How about this one? Man, I can't remember a single game now. How about this one? Bum 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 ba da da ba da ba da bum 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 bum. I burped. Bum 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 bum. Really? Really? Not a single soul alive, huh? One of the most famous games ever created. It's Final Fantasy VII. Alright, get it right, guys. We need to focus here, okay? We're embarrassing. We're an embarrassment. We'll never. This is an embarrassment. I'm just messing with you guys, obviously. How about this one? You guys have to guess this one, please. I forgot it already. I forgot it already. Please, 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 my heart. Please, I'm hurting. Please, somebody. Someone, anyone, say something. Just throw a name out there. Anyone, just throw a name out there. Just shoot for the stars. Oh my god, please, somebody. Shot in the dark. Bum, 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 bum. No one? That was... Since I have to say it, that was Sonic 3... Sonic and Knuckles. Okay, Sky Temple area. Sonic and Knuckles, okay? You got that? Make sure you remember it for next time. Can't believe you guys. Can't believe it. I am truly hurt. Truly evasive. See if I can remember anymore. Who's Sonic? Oh, you dastardly you. Oh, you little old dog you. I tell you what. I tell you what. What about this one? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Dun, da, da, 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 dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 dun, da, da, dun, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, da, da. Please, please, man. Please, please, no, please. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, Lord, no. Oh, please, no. Tell me they know. Tell me they know. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, he knows. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, he knows. Thank the Lord. Oh my gosh. Thank the Lord. Oh, it is Tetris, yes. La 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 la. No one knows that one for sure. That is the Lugia song from the movie Pokemon 2000. Yeah, that one's a bit hard. Sonic, an old hidden Sega game? No, it was like Sonic is the mascot of Sega. He's not like he's anything but hidden. And dude's the freaking mascot. Like without a cartridge, there was one installed on the Sega. No, you had to buy the game. You had to separate cartridge. Depends on what Sega system you're talking about. I don't think it just came. I mean, most bundles came with Sonic 1. That's the one I got. I got a Mega Drive with a Sonic bundle. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You ever see that you weren't supposed to blow in the cartridge? You ever see that? Well, the reason they didn't want you blowing on it is because you got saliva in your mouth. And if you blow on it, you spit on it, right? And if you put water in the contact pins, it'll destabilize the connection. Obviously, because it runs through electricity. You don't want water. I think that's why they said that, but they just don't want you to spit on it. But if there's dust on it too, it also will interfere with the pin connection. So that's why you blow on it in the first place. The best thing to do is not to blow with your mouth, but to blow with a little air blower or a fan or whatever you can. But using your mouth is not the smartest thing to do because you get water in the contacts, cause a short circuit or you burn some. Try telling that to a kid. Well, I didn't. I blew on it all the time, and it worked. My old TMNT game for the NES. For some reason, sometimes it wouldn't work. I'd blow on it and it'd start working. Like legit. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. The air blowers in the late 90s? Oh yeah, they existed. Oh yeah. Dang. You know the phone's been around since 1871? You don't think a blower was around by then? Oh yeah. That was 5. We blew on it. I get the point you're making. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Ba da 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 ba ba da ba. Ba ba da 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 da. Yeah, you know, phones have been around for more than 100 years now. Radio waves, radio. Isn't that crazy to think? It's old technology now. Where were the air blowers? Yeah, where were they? It's hard to find one nowadays. I mean, you could go on Amazon. You know what? I've been wanting to buy a samurai sword. I've been convinced they're freaking expensive. They're no less than 50 bucks. I'm not gonna buy one, but I don't know why I got into this mood. I got into this mood that I wanted to buy a samurai sword, and I'm like freaking. I won't buy it, but like a good one is like 200 to 300 bucks. A good one, 300 to 200, if not more. Like a really cheap one, maybe you'll get like for 80 bucks. Like a really cheap quality one. No, 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 no. I just wanted to get a samurai sword, but I don't know, I just felt like it. I was like, I'm studying this whole Japan business. Why don't I get a samurai sword? Another sword I love is the French fleuret. Oh, dude, I love that sword so much. The French sword, I think they're gorgeous. It's called what's it called? I think it's is it called a fleuret or what it's called? I forget. It's not a fleuret, it's a... It's the thin one. They had different swords throughout the years, but it's the thin one. Why is it not giving me the name? It's just calling it small sword. A gladius, and no, it's not a gladius. Get a Hattori Hanzo. I hear they're good. Do you have one? Do you have one, truly? Why is it not giving me the name of this freaking thing? God. It's not a fleuret or something like that. Épée de cour. An estoc? Yeah, a rapier. That's what it is. Yeah, I know that name's kind of... We'll call it a rapier. It's not the correct pronunciation, but... So we don't get demonetized or some... God. It's a rapier. I'd love to get one of those. Those are beautiful. It's like what it's like what D'Artagnan and the Three Musketeers had. That style of sword. I do have swords though, yes. What kind of swords? Tell me, please. What kind of swords do you have? Oh, they call us... Oh, they got a wire hilt one. Wow. 169 bucks. Jesus Christ. Every swords are expensive, dude. What the fudge? Swords are very expensive. I want to buy a sword, man. I don't know. It's like I'm getting hit by that manly urge to buy a weapon or something. I don't know what the fudge is going on with me. Just like a samurai sword, a set of 3 goes on top of the fireplace. Oh, but you don't practice with it. They're not meant for you to practice or anything like that. It's not an actual sharp sword. I wanted to go in my backyard and hit lumber or something with it, like a yeah, like play swords or something. You know what I mean? Again, get the blood flowing. I want to see that baby cut stuff. You just want to hang a piece of paper and try to cut it without like crinkling it or something, like it's a clean cut. I wonder if I could buy look Terra's sword. Terra's sword is sick. Oh, they do? Do they sell it? Oh, somebody on Etsy made it. Oh my gosh, 151 bucks. You guys know Terra's sword? Final Fantasy 6. It's kind of like a rapier style. It's a rapier style sword. Sort of. A little different, but it's very unique for sure. I guess people can 3D print these things now. Just like the Summer Sun of the 3 set. I feel like your state has... California, I think you can't be out in public with it, but you could have it for personal use though in your home. But I don't think you can be out in public with it unless I think it's considered yeah, you can't have a blade that is more than I guess the palm of your hand's length. Can't be more than the palm of your hand. Yeah, Terra's sword is gonna be hard to come by. Who the hell? Who the hell would make that? If it's a Buster sword, I'm sure you'll find it. Yeah, the Master Sword, you'll find a lot of Master Swords too. Terra's sword, not so much. $18? Is it made of plastic or something? Sorry, I'm looking at this right now. Brentford 506 swords and dagger and still files of her cosplay. Okay. So 3D not print. Oh, it's a file for 3D printing. Oh, it's stuff. That's why it's so cheap. It's not the actual thing. It's a 3D file, so you can print it. Not physical object. The sword and the dagger of terror. Oh, you'd have to still get the materials and all that to... Like, hell no. Wasn't Terra's sword in Terraria? I don't see why it would be. Was it? I don't see why it would be. I'm not privy to that information. Oh, this will have Jill's sword as well. It's also a 3D print, I guess. Instant download, yeah. Yeah, it's all 3D prints. They don't sell the actual sword. I bet there's laws around it that they can't. Terra Blade, I think. Well, Terra is a character in Final Fantasy VI, and she has like a slim, very stylized sword. That's what I mean by Terra's sword. Yeah. But when it comes to video game swords and stuff like that, like it'll only show you like master swords, like some Dragon Quest sword or whatever, the Minecraft swords, but it won't really like. There's not a lot of people working on Final Fantasy material. You'd probably, to get like reliantly, would have to 3D print it, or you'd have to create it yourself, like from scratch. It is gorgeous, though. It's a beautiful blade, I think. I think the design is gorgeous. Mm. 3D file. Yeah, I want to see people make it out of steel, man. Not like 3D. Whatever. Yeah, I don't think we'd ever. I don't think it even exists in the internet. No one's ever made it. Well, people have made it, but out of like 3D material. Whatever kind of plastic that is. It's a beautiful sword, though. We're at 1621. I'll look into it more on my own, but it's looking pretty good. Alright, we're approaching 5 hours, so I'm going to call it here so I can go. I need to go walk. This is going to be our last check here, okay, guys? I need to go walk and do my thing. Go to the bathroom. I have morning ahead of me. Stuff I need to do. Weekend's over. So expect me to... I'm going to ask you guys a big favor, okay? Expect me to... I'm going to be trying to produce a lot more content, okay? Things with the channel have gotten pretty slow. So I'm trying to boost the channel, like... I'm trying to boost the channel, so things have gotten pretty slow. Things are starting to get to a point where I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable with. Not to say I'm not happy about it. I mean, I'm saying like I'm still happy with the channel, but things are going to, it's getting slow to the point where it's starting to be a problem. So I got to pick up the pace and put more effort into the channel. So expect me to drop more shorts. I probably make like completely unrelated content. Like, I wouldn't say completely unrelated. I don't want my channel to be that vast or broad, but I might make content where make a short where I'm talking about stuff. I'm not sure I'm gonna do that, but I'm also gonna upload content like shorts of like stuff that is, you know, funny moments of the streams we've had throughout the years and stuff. I'm just like upload funny clips from the streams. I plan on doing that every day, to upload a clip every day. I might falter one day just because I might not have content to show, but so far I've found at least enough for a week. So I'm gonna do my best to be responsible and upload that every morning to afternoon. So I also have been thinking about doing content in the sense of like sharing, I don't know, like maybe talking about like facts, you know, like, oh, did you know that this happened in this game, or it happened on that game, or did you know that, like, I don't know, like when you fall you have a 50% chance of dying or something. I don't know, like stuff like random like facts, stuff like, I like random facts like that, and I like learning knowledge and stuff, and whether it be about games or like real life or even like emotional stuff. You guys know I talk about that kind of stuff all the time. Um, so I might upload a short or two about that. I don't know for sure if I'm gonna do that, but do expect me to upload shorts in terms of stuff that's happened on the stream, related to the channel, related to games. I would ask you guys to. This is my ask for you guys, right? Please hit that like button if you see me uploading a short. Like, do your best if you can to just watch it too. It's never gonna be. It's never gonna be that long, right? So if you could do your best to just watch it all the way through, within the possibilities of your life, and within your, as much as you want to do, obviously. But if you could, that'd be great. And if you could hit that like button for the shorts, it'd really boost, really boost our chances of having the channel grow a little bit more. So we don't fall in a very bad place with the channel, So that's my hope, and if you guys could support me on that up front, that would be more than I can ask for, and that would be super amazing. If we could get that going, that'd be great. Completely up to you guys if you want to do it or not. I'd appreciate the support. So we're gonna be uploading more shorts, preferably one every day. If I fail one day, don't hate me too much, but I'm gonna aim for every day. But for tonight, we're gonna call it here. We're gonna call it straight at the 6-hour mark. It's gonna be perfect. And we're gonna go on a raid. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. If there's anyone live at this time, usually at this time, no one live. Let's see. If I hit live here, who is live? Let's see. No, 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 no. No, 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 da, 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 da. I don't see anyone live, guys. Not right now. I don't see anyone live. Oh, Zin is live. I just found him. Okay, let's go raid Zin. He's a great guy. He smells of blueberries and avocado toast. Fantastic guy with a fantastic personality. I think you guys will love him. I sure as hell do. So let's go over, show the love to Zin. I'll drop the link for you guys here in no time. I'll see you guys over there at Zin's. Make sure to say you love him, because he's a big old teddy bear. Alright guys, take care, stay frosty. I will see you over at Zin. Hashtag FrostyLemon raid. I mean the world if we could do that. Hashtag FrostyLemon raid. Love you guys, stay frosty. Will you wait, I missed that. What did you say? Will you mention a video drop on Discord at all? I will do that. I'll put the short on my announcements, yes. Yeah, I gotta do that. So yeah, I will do that. Love you guys. Take care. Stay frosty. Bye. Thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Done.